Ew, oh my god, I'm on mute, sorry. Classic, start off on mute, you gotta love it. Okay, I'm not on mute anymore. Sorry, I had my thing muted because I was, editing and didn't need my mic, I had to, like, push back. So what I was gonna say is, I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna do another goal, but I'm gonna give 2 gift cards. Well, not to the same person. The winner. I'll pick 2 winners because I feel bad. I've done it now 3 times. Haven't made the goal. People have been donating, so I feel really bad. So I'm gonna do 2 gift cards, a Starbucks and then an Amazon. Um, and then I'll pick 2 giveaway winners. If we make the goal, come on, guys. I'm gonna lower the goal to 10. So we got to do it because I want to be able to pick the winner. And the people that did it last time, I'm going to include you in the giveaway. Okay, hold on 1 second. I can't, it won't let me do it before the live starts. So I have to start the live and then do the goal. I'm sorry. I tried to do it ahead of time. I can't figure out, it doesn't show anywhere to do it. Like the goal option isn't on until I hit live. Okay, here we go. So we'll just do 10 super chats, okay, instead of 15. We could do it, right? I don't know, probably not, but I really want to do the giveaway. But it's like the whole thing is to meet the goal, and I'm tempted to be like just do it anyway. But then it's like, okay, we'll do pick 2 winners, pick 2 giveaway winners. Um, anyone that helps the goal will be entered to win. And just think, I could pick them tonight if we get the goal, right? So let's see. Let's see what happens. um, all right, let me set it. All right. Anyway, how are you guys doing? We got a lot to talk about. All this new stuff with the Idaho 4 case. And then I remembered that I've never went over the body cam, so I might do another live tomorrow on it. So I might do like a mixture of reading, body cams, videos, like a combination, and do like 2 in a row because I want to go over like old body cams. I want to go over a couple the videos, a couple like news videos and stuff, and then the documents. We got to read through some of the documents. I picked out, there was like 30 new freaking documents, so many. So I went through and picked out like the important ones that I want to go over, and I picked out five documents I want to go over. Okay. And I got a new flavor. They were out of cotton candy, and I did a whole DoorDash just so I got my energy drinks, and I found some other stuff to get, but I needed energy so bad. Well, she almost left without any. I even had replacements. She almost left without anything. And I'm like, shoot, I'm like, please, can you just get something? Because that the whole reason I freaking did this DoorDash is because I want an energy drink. So she got me like random ones. She got me 2 sour ropes, which I like sour stuff, but I did, and then she got me this any means orange and then a mango peach. So we'll see. She was so nice though, because she was already like checking out and she went back and got these. So that's good. Oh, cool. We got 2. Thank you, KV. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Melissa B, thank you. Yay. Good luck. You guys might win because there's not going to be like a ton of people. So there'll be, if we make the 10, those 10 people will be entering. And then there's probably like another 10 that I said I would include because they helped with to try to get the goal 2 other times. So, I mean, you might have like 20 people, like 2 out of 20 people. You have a chance of like, what percentage is that of winning? Pretty good chance, really. I mean, to win, I don't know. Amazon is 25. No, um, hold on a second. I'm like, remember you used to do this with your beers or whatever. Um, not bad. Not my favorite. Hold on, let me go get the Starbucks one. Not too bad though. Oh shoot. Okay. In case if we need it, I can pick them tonight. So they're both $25. I figured anybody loves Starbucks. We got 25. Okay. Cool. We already got. Cool. We might make it. Since I lowered it down to 10, I think we're going to make it, guys. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Let's put out that energy. Thank you, MBR. Thank you. JR. Yeah, JR. Why did I call it? Is you are JR, but Jordan. This is the guy that did some of my backgrounds. I used a couple of your backgrounds. People liked them. I love them. I should have used one today. I used it for a couple of lives. Thank you for letting me use those. They're really good. And thanks for joining. Thank you for joining. I got some more messages for Wade coming up. So Jordan, you guys, he has a website that has like a lot of the Wade stuff. It's like this Wade Wives. It's really good too. I should have my mods share it. Hi, Austin. Hey, Slow. Thank you. I think we are gonna get it. We are gonna get it. All right, hold on one second. And we'll start. I am going to share your website real quick. I'm looking up your email so I could share it. Wait, which email? You did share it with me because I went on it. Why am I not finding where it's at, where you shared it? Huh. Well, oh, wait, there's more emails. Hold on. Sorry. There was more emails. Here it is. I got it now. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong email. Okay. Here, guys, check this out. It's really cool. If you guys are following the Wade case, it's a really cool thing he put together. Here you go. Here's his website. If you guys are following the Wade case, it's pretty interesting. All right, so let's do this. It is, Casey? That's weird. Yeah, it should be 1, 2, it should be 4. What? It is only showing 3. Dang it. I don't know. I don't have any control over that. I wanted to see what it does when like we actually win it too. Wonder why. It was all huh. I don't know. Well, we'll just have to get one extra. I mean, I guess we could count it if we get 9 or we just get 9 of them. But I would love to actually see what it does when we get them. That was the whole thing. I'm so curious if it does something or it might not even do anything. Well, thanks, Jordan. Thank you. Okay. Oh, cool. Thanks, Jordan. Not as good as a cotton candy. All right, let's start. I'm going to do a mix, like I said, like because I want to read the documents, but instead of just reading the whole time, I'm going to read a little bit, play a little video. I'm going to play that interview with Kaylee's dad about it and stuff. So I have a few videos I want to play. Okay, so this is we're talking about the Idaho 4 case, Brian Kohberger. There was a big like document drop. I mean, let me see how many they just knew. New ones, oh Lord, there's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, like 30. I don't know. I'm not going to count all of them, but so yeah, I went through all of them and I picked out 5 that are very interesting. So it didn't count yours, Slow. That's weird. Well, you're still gonna be added in the giveaway. That's weird because you did 10. Glitch, maybe a little glitch. But thank you again, Jordan, for the gifting. And yeah, let's do this. Hey, Sarah. Oh, cool. Alrighty. Let's bring up my documents. Let me share my screen. And we'll start with the document and then we'll kind of intermix them. Okay, so which one do you want to start with? So we got, let's see, we have the Amazon click. Let's maybe start with this one because this one is super important. Um, Super important because not only do now that we have DNA of Brian Kohberger, now we have his Amazon clicks that shows that and they say in this document that he purchased a K-bar knife sheath, a K-bar knife, and a knife sharpener. And then after the murders, went to go try to get a replacement sheath or knife sheath, sorry, because oh wait, I got to thank some people because he obviously left his at the house. So he's done. I mean, I think that's enough evidence right there. I don't even know how anybody could not see that they got the right guy. I know there's a big group of people that has been thinking he's innocent, but I don't know how they could think that after this. I mean, you can, that's fine, and you're welcome here, but I want to see what you think and how do you explain this? Oh, thank you. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, Jordan, thank you. And MBR, another one, thank you. Wait, everybody's doing two. KV, oh, you guys are Dame MBR and KV did too. Thank you. I should put your guys' names in. You know what? I could do that. Yeah, I think it's only fair. And then I think Slow. I think you probably donated one of the last ones. So however many you guys do, I'll put your name in that many times because that's only fair, right? So like MBR, however many you're on, because if you did the last ones too, however many, I'll put your name. Because what I do is the wheel of names and I add the names. So yeah, that would be only fair to increase your chance because I mean you donated twice. So thank you though so much. And Jordan, thank you. You became a new member and 5 gifts. Okay, so let's read this first here. So like I said, I try to highlight so I don't have to read the whole thing. That some of the, like more boring stuff, or if it's like repetitive stuff. But dude, I mean, there's some interesting stuff that came out. Really interesting. I can't wait to get to the activity of the roommates. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this, but I mean, I'm anxious to talk with you guys about it. Okay, so all right, so let me take my headphones out while I do this. Well, actually, you know what? The thing with my headphones, with these ones, I could hear myself in the mic, so maybe it'll help me if I have it on mute. No, because I mean, it sounds different, so hopefully I'll pick it up. Probably still won't, but okay. So this is excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. So it says on November. Wait. You did another. Wait, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. Oh, that's the one. Okay. I just want to make sure I was thinking, everybody. Okay. On November 13th, 2022, law enforcement responded to 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, Payne, page 1 attached. Oh, I should to read all these little attached exhibit. 4 victims were found deceased with apparent stab wounds. A K-bar knife sheath with a United States Marine Corps logo, or the USMC logo, was found lying next to one of the victims. On April 26, 2023, the state applied for and was granted a search warrant for Brian Kohberger's Amazon.com user activity. This search warrant was amended by Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall on May 8th, 2023 to correct a Scrivener's error, amended search warrant dated May 8th, 2023. So they had to correct a date. The search warrant directed law enforcement to seize from Amazon.com Brian Kohberger's customer click activity pertaining to knives and accessories, payment methods used, details of items in carts, to include all items added to cart, all items removed or deleted from cart, wish listed or shopping baskets, all suggestions made to account, all records regarding reviews by Amazon users viewed by Brian Kohberger, advertising data, devices used to connect account, all account linked to account, The search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 to March 30th, 2022. So by their like good investigation, they were able to narrow it down to specific dates that actually had this in it. So the defense is trying to argue that it was too well, you'll see. I forget the word they used, but okay, so the search warrant, yeah, it was from March 20th, 2022 to March 30th, 2022, and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. So remember, the murder was November 13th, 2022. So they wanted to get it like a little bit after the murder, right? Their search warrant was served on May 10th, 2023. Okay, so then it says on June 27th, 2023, Amazon.com provided law enforcement responsive data for the dates requested for each of the above categories. So let me see. That took them how long? Oh, not that long at all. The evidence was provided to defendant on July 12th, 2023. So they got it in July. Not that long. I mean, because state got it in June, they got it in July. Okay. Okay, so further in this case, the evidence is at issue is complete. The defendant argues that the data the state has disclosed to the defendant is extremely narrow when compared to the more inclusive and broad warrants and subpoenas. So they're like arguing like all the other subpoenas are more broad. Why is this so narrow? It's too narrow. Like because they like were able to pinpoint the date. Anyway, it says, but this argument is incorrect. To confirm, the state has disclosed to the defendant all data, including clickstream data that Amazon has produced in this case. The state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding the crimes of homicide or burglary occurring at 1122. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited the search from March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. Time it was known, Brian Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. So a sheath, he purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and a sharpener. And on November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022, time right before and after the homicides, Kohberger's entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, was not relevant. Without any legal basis, the defendant claims the state cherry-picked specific clicks or purchases out of the Amazon click history. This is simply not true unless you consider seeking only items of evidentiary value cherry-picking. Irrelevant click activity on Kohberger's account would not provide any relevant context to Kohberger's actual click activity, i.e. purchase of a K-bar knife with sheath before the murders, and his click activity indicating a search for a knife with a sheath after the murders. So he was actually looking for both, which think about this, like for some reason, I guess if he thought they were going to realize it was him, then he could be like, if he did buy that at the time, he could be like, oh, look, I still have my knife in sheath, maybe, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, he didn't. So, because it looks like he just searched it. But that was probably his thought process, right? Like, hey, I could show him, look, and it wouldn't have no blood, and he still had his sheath. But then it's like, duh, like if you're such good on criminology, you would know that they are going to look at what you purchased. They're not dumb. You know what I'm saying? Especially Amazon, the biggest internet shopping place that everybody buys stuff on. Okay. Oh, you did another one. Thank you, Slow. And Casey, thank you. I think we're going to get it. Are we already? Dude, we only need 2 more. We're definitely going to get it. We're definitely, yes. Good. That's awesome. Because I want to be able to pick the winners, guys. All right. All right. So let's see what this says. Brian Kohberger's Amazon.com click activity is relevant and admissible. Under Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, evidence is relevant if it has the tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without evidence. And the fact is of consequence in determining the action Defendant appears to argue that evidence of a defendant's Amazon.com click history is not relevant. That is not the case. A K-bar knife sheath with a USMC logo was found next to one of the victims. The defendant's DNA was found on the knife sheath, found on the scene. Applying the test for relevancy, first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Brian Kohberger's. Second, Kohberger's click activity after the homicides makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the Kohbergers had a reason to search for a K-bar knife and sheath after the homicides. These facts are of consequence to determining whether Brian committed the homicides. The evidence is clearly relevant. You know, it says, these facts are of consequence to determining whether Brian committed the homicides at 1122 King Road, the central question before the jury. Defendants argues pursuant to IRE 403 that irrelevant evidence should be excluded. So that's what his defense is. He's saying that the relevant evidence should be excluded. The defendant fails to show how this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading, would cause delay, waste time, or would be cumulative. That is because it is none of those things. What is clear from the defendant's filing is that the defendant doesn't like this piece of the state's evidence, and therefore would like to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. However, his arguments are without merit. While this evidence is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be. So he's saying it is, but relevant evidence tends to be. It is not unfair. And then it says, so one of those notes, the defendant argues that Amazon's recommendation system influences what users see and click on. But this purported use of AI technology is not relevant. Even if an algorithm might suggest certain products to a customer, the algorithm would not cause a customer to repeatedly and over the course of several days browse web pages related to the K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Another argument they're making is that account is a family account. Okay, so are you saying that your dad did it? Did your dad murder the girls? Did your sister? I mean, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? It's just... Anyway. So that's that document. Since that was kind of short, I'm going to bring up another one. Let's do the... No, I'm going to save that one for later because it's longer. Let's do the text message. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay. And then we'll play a video after this. Okay, so this is a text messages and testimony. It'll basically show that those roommates did not freaking sleep. So it's just so weird. Like, I mean, I always thought they had the right guy, but like I was leaning towards that. Of course, like not really 100%. I kept an open mind, but I always would say, like, I think they got the right guy. But the way that they reacted is so weird. It is. I mean, I could make like theories of why, but it is still very odd. The roommates I'm talking about, but to me, that doesn't mean that Brian's innocent. You know what I'm saying? To me, it just means, I don't know what it means. I mean, it means that they made some odd decisions. I mean, I guess at the very least, I mean, it could mean like, I don't think so. I was thinking like did they know more? But I don't even think that. I think it had something to do with something else. Paranoia, maybe drugs were involved. I don't think they were involved in the murder. I know some people do, but I don't think that's what that means, in my opinion. But okay, let's see. Sarah, oh, thanks. Are you sure? Who's name? You want to pick somebody's name? Oh, Melanie, thanks for joining too. Oh, that's sweet. We're definitely getting. I think we got it right. Good luck, everyone. Oh, Melissa, Melly Z, we got it. What did it do? Anything? I missed it. Did it say like? Was it like? Was it nothing? Did it throw up like anything or not? It just says 10 out of 10. Oh, it was confetti? That's what I figured. Okay. Okay, cool. I'll do that in a little bit. I'll pick the 2 winners. Cool. Thanks, guys. That was quick. We got it quick. You guys are awesome. So 2 people will be winning this. I'll have to get all the names from the last 2 ones and then put your guys' names in the wheel of names. That's pretty. It's so cool. You just spin it, and it's pretty a cool way to pick a random like giveaway. All right, so let's read this. Brian Kohberger, by and through his attorneys on record and objects to the state's motion in limine to admit text messages as requested in its motion. So they want to try to limit it, the defense. Okay, and they're going to give the reasons why. Okay, so the state is seeking a broad scope of cell phone records for 2 stated purposes. One is to establish a timeline, and the other is for the truth of the statements contained in the record. The span of the time the state seeks to encompass is about a 10-hour time frame. The state indicates the initial text is the beginning of the time frame at 2:10 a.m., and that text is not offered for the truth of the matter. Similarly, at the end of the time frame is a text from the University of Idaho at 1:04 p.m. The state grounds its request in the rules of evidence in a previous decision by Judge. It's so funny that his last name's Judge, and he's a judge. Wonder if his whole life he wanted to be a judge because of his name or something. I don't know. All right. So, law of the case. The state relies on Judge's conclusion and Mr. Kohberger's challenge to the grand jury indictment. However, that decision does not bind this court. When considering whether or not the text messaging is either an excited utterance or a present tense sense impression, this court will have the benefit of additional information than was available previously. This court will have the benefit of additional. Let me take a sip of this real quick. So this is I'm trying to say right. Yeah, so they're saying basically now they'll have like when when the defendant challenged it before, they judge made his decision that they could use it, but they're saying that doesn't matter because now they have the benefit of additional information that was available previously. So they want to show there's more to it. So like with all this information, is he still going to make that same decision? And now they're going to explain what that is, right? They're basically saying it's not like the present sense impression or the excited utterance that has those exceptions. So the excited utterances has 2 requirements: an occurrence or event sufficiently startling to render inoperative the normal reflective thought process of an observer, and the statement of the declarant must have been a spontaneous reaction to the occurrence or event and not the result of reflective thought. We consider the totality of the circumstances, including the amount of time that elapsed between the startling event and the statement, the nature of the condition or event, the age and condition of the declarant, the presence or absence of self-interest, and whether the statement was volunteered or made in response. Because they want to show like the reason before they said, oh, they just fell asleep. So like it would still fall under that. But the defense is like, no, they were up the whole time. So they had time to like talk and where it doesn't fall under all this. So, and then the present sense impression is, although the rule does not expressly state factors of trustworthiness and necessity play a large role in a trial's court decisions, whether to admit a declarant's expression of his state of mind or whether to exclude it under IRE 403, as well as in the decision whether to admit or exclude the content of additional statements accompanying that expression. Both exceptions require the statements to be contemporaneous with an event and be spontaneous without time for reflection. In this case, the rule of completeness is critical both to analyze the claim of an excited utterance and to understand the context of what was occurring. Mr. Kohberger has maintained his innocence, thus the time frame the state alleges is very much at issue. The rule of completeness is about fairness in proceedings. This rule recognizes that context is key in understanding evidence. Idaho has captured the common law rule of completeness in Idaho Rule Evidence 106. If a party introduces all or a part of a writing or recorded statement, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing or recorded statement that in fairness ought to be considered at the same time. So they're going to add like basically more activity of the roommates that the state didn't show when they were trying to prove the excited utterance and present sense impression or whatever. They didn't add all that other stuff, like that we're going to see, all the activity of the other roommates. I'm like getting out of breath reading for some reason, like I'm exercising. Hold on a second. I think I just got too excited or like ready to do a live or something. Okay, hold on. I had to keep catching my breath. Okay. The state is seeking a select portion of phone records to come in at trial under exceptions to the rule against hearsay. First, the court must be aware of the excluded portions of the phone records. And second, Mr. Kohberger asserts the full record must be available. I'm not going to read through that. It's basically, I think we can get it. Saying Mr. Kohberger herein provides a more complete but not exhaustive view of DM and BF, so Dylan's and Bethany's communications and interactions with social media during the hours established by the state. So those of you who aren't really familiar with this case, Dylan and Bethany were the two surviving roommates of the house that for some reason Brian or the murderer didn't touch or even bother. So November 13th, 2022. Now it's going to show you all their activity, which is pretty freaking crazy. That they were up and they didn't call 911. So at 2:10, Dylan texts EG, Uber driver, inquiring if he was driving. 2:13, EG texts to Dylan confirming he was driving. 2:53, that would be Madison. One of the victims calls BF. Who would BF be? Hold on, BF. Remind me who BF would be, guys. BF. Oh, Bethany. Right? Yeah, Bethany. Okay, so Madison calls Bethany. One of the victims calls one of the surviving roommates, but that's at 2:53. 2:53. Okay. Dylan creates a new contact in her phone at 3:51. 4:19, Bethany calls Dylan. 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. 4:20, Dylan calls Kaylee. So you could tell she calls Xana, doesn't answer, calls Kaylee, because Xana and Kaylee are two of the ones that get killed. And then at 4:20, Dylan calls BF for 41 seconds. Why can't I think of who BF is? Does anybody know? Oh, I already figured that out. But Bethany, I did figure that out. Sorry, I'm having a moment right there. Oh, blonde moment here. Okay, so Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds at 4:20. So basically she's calling Xana, no answer, calling Kaylee, no answer, probably freaking out, calls Bethany answers, right? They talk for 41 seconds. Then, obviously, Bethany tries to call Xana. No answer. Dylan tries to call Maddie. No answer. Bethany calls Maddie. No answer. Bethany calls Ethan. No answer, obviously. Dylan calls Bethany. Dylan texts Bethany and says, no one is answering. Dylan texts Bethany again and says, I'm really confused right now. That's at 4:22, right? And then at 4:22, Dylan texts Kaylee and says, Kaylee. And then she texts her again, says, what's going on? Obviously, they don't respond. Bethany has an outgoing message to Snapchat at 4:23. I would love to know, like, I know they're not gonna include some of the content of what some of this stuff, like, what's said, but gosh, I wish, like, I don't know, Snapchat. So she has an outgoing message to Snapchat 4:23. Bethany, texts Dylan, "Yeah, dude, WTF." Bethany to Dylan, "Xana was wearing all black." So I'm wondering if that was like she misunderstood. Um, I'm guessing that could be two things. Either Bethany misunderstood Dylan when Dylan was like he was wearing all black and thought she was like asking, "Oh, Xana was wearing all black?" Maybe like asking and confused, or was trying to reassure her when she said, "Oh, there's somebody wearing all black," just trying to reassure her, saying, "Oh yeah, Xana was wearing all black." I don't know. I'm not sure. There's no question mark, but I mean, we forget punctuation sometimes. So she might have just misunderstood her and was asking, like, wait, what are you saying? Is Anna was wearing all black? Anyway, so Dylan to Bethany says, "I'm freaking out right now." Dylan to Bethany again, "No, it's like a ski mask almost." So obviously she's trying to explain, what she saw on the murderer that walked by. So that's at 4:23. So that means he had already walked by, right? And then Bethany to Dylan says, "Shut the F up." After she said it was a ski mask. I mean, that's freaky, right? And then Bethany says, "Actually." And then Dylan to Bethany says, "Like he had something over his forehead and a little over his mouth," as I think is what they meant, like something over his forehead and maybe a little over his mouth. And then at 4:24, Dylan said, "Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out." Bethany said, "So am I." And Dylan says, "Phone is going to die, F." And then that must be Bethany. I just mistype. Bethany says, "Come to my room, run down here." So she's saying, "Come to my room, run down here." And Dylan tries to call Ethan. No answer. Dylan tries to call Bethany, I guess. I don't know if they talked or not. Probably not, because then it looks like Bethany calls her right back at 4:25. And then there's an outgoing call. So now they're just going to show, because maybe it's probably harder to get things admitted, like to who they're calling. Now they're just showing like timeline wise. So they're not saying who they called, but that she made a call at 4:27, or made a message, Snapchat messages at 4:27 to somebody. Dylan does. And then she makes another one right after that Snapchat message. And then Dylan calls Kaylee, 4:27, tries to call Kaylee again. 4:28, she tries to call Xana again. 4:29, Bethany calls Madison. She's one of the victims. She tries to call her again. So this is 4:30. She's trying to call Kaylee at 4:30. At 4:31, so they're just trying to call them nonstop. All the victims. And then at 4:32, Dylan texts Kaylee. Doesn't say what she texted her. And then at 4:34, Bethany accessed Snapchat. Okay. 4:37, Bethany got on Instagram. 7:30. So between 4:30 for 3 hours, I doubt they slept. Obviously, Dylan probably went down to Bethany's room. So she probably ran down there. I don't know what they did for 3 hours, but then at 7:30, Bethany calls her dad in the morning. 8 o'clock, she calls her dad again. 8 o'clock, she calls another number. 8:01, she calls home. 8:02, she calls mom. 8:09, Bethany's dad calls her. 8:05 to 10, Dylan was on Instagram the whole time. For about 2 hours, she was on Instagram. From 8:05 to 10, Dylan's just on Instagram. At 8:41, Bethany takes photos. What was she taking photos at 8:41 in the morning when their roommates were all murdered? That's what I would like to know. What were those photos that she took of her room, of selfies? What the heck was she taking? What do you guys think? Like, they're in their bedroom, so the only thing they could be taking photos of is her room, her bedroom, or themselves, like selfies. What? Like, I want to see those freaking photos. What the heck? what kind of photos, I mean, what are you gonna be taking at that time in your room when you think something really bad happened to your roommates that you're freaking out, you're calling him. You saw a weird guy in a ski mask, nobody's answering, like, yeah, maybe GF twins. Let me take a sip of this. Good point, Melissa. Good point. That's why I would like to see what they are, because are they just gonna be like pocket pictures or like black pictures, or can you like, you could tell if they're accidental ones because they're just blurry mess. Good point. So I don't know. We'll probably not get to see them because I don't know how they would get to admit them because, I mean, if it doesn't help the defense, they're gonna freaking try to argue that, like not to show them or something. So I don't know what reason they could give to show those. So I don't know. We'll probably never get to see what they took. But anyway, so Bethany takes photos. 9:04, Bethany's mom texts her. I don't know. It doesn't say, Melissa. I know. I wonder. Photo. I mean, it does say photos plural. I mean, if I would see like photo, I would be more prone to think it was a pot. Maybe it was just an accident. But um, and then at 10 o'clock to 10:01, Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. So she's doing some stuff on Snapchat, like outgoing and getting messages in. And then Dylan's on Instagram for a few minutes. She's on Indeed for a minute or so. She's on Snapchat again for 20 minutes. Dylan. Dylan texts Maddie again, which is Maddie Mogan is one of the victims. And then so they're probably still like hopeful, like, wait, okay, they passed out drunk. Hopefully they'll answer now. I mean, and then 10, so maybe they were just kind of waiting to see. Maybe they were just thinking, okay, maybe they're just drunk, and maybe that was just some weird guy they hang out with. I mean, I guess I could see that it is still kind of like I couldn't see like anybody I know like probably would not do that, but I mean, I mean, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they're just like, it has to be. So they didn't want to sleep because they were kind of scared, but like wanted to make sure. So they kept trying to get a hold of him still. I don't know. Um, all right. So 11:21, JM texts Bethany. 10:56. So they're kind of going backwards now. 10:56. Dylan is on Instagram and messages on Snapchat. Oh, there's a time frame. So basically for another 35 minutes, Dylan's on Instagram and Snapchat. And she's talking about this, like, oh my God, there's a freaky guy. Um, our roommates won't answer because do you guys remember that one mother that was doing interviews on different people's lives, like different YouTubers? She had a daughter that went to that school, and she was saying how they knew about this before the 911 call. This makes sense now. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of does because Dylan and Bethany wouldn't have known what happened. And if they knew there was a murder, you would think that they would have been like, no, but maybe it was more so they were just like freaking out. Like, I think somebody, there was a guy in here. I think something happened to my roommates, or maybe it was something that went like that. And then it kind of got, they gave him a telephone. It kind of got, insinuated that maybe the murder or something. Cause you guys remember that? And it was like, how did anybody know before that? Well, that's how I bet. They're like all over online, I'm sure, talking about it. Like I said, they're probably just saying they think something bad happened because obviously if they are saying like, oh, they're murdered, or they're saying anything incriminating, they would be freaking arrested or interrogated, or like, how would you know that if you didn't go in yet? You know what I'm saying? So it probably was more vague. Okay, so where are we at? And then Dylan's on Instagram again, and then Dylan's on Yik Yak. Is this supposed to be TikTok, or is there something called Yik Yak? I don't know. Maybe there's an app called Yik Yak, but then she's on TikTok here. No, it's good. I forgot. This is gonna make me burp. The carbonation. I don't have a lot of carbonation, so when I do, burp a lot. Hold on a second. Caught who leaving the house, Silver? Who? The girls? And at what time? Because I mean, I would think, I don't know. I would think the cops would have that. Yik Yaks from the 90s. Oh, is it? Oh, Yik Bag. So I don't know. It could be a typo and supposed to be TikTok. Who knows? Anyway, at 11:37, DM or Dylan messages Snapchat. So somebody on Snapchat. 11:39 to 11:40, Dylan basically is texting her dad. Bethany calls JM. JM texts Dylan at 11:50. 11:44 until 11:50, Dylan's on Instagram. At 11:50, Dylan calls EA. And 11:51, JM texts DM. 11:51, Bethany texts JM. JM texts Bethany. JM texts Bethany. So they're not going to tell us the content of that, just the time, because these are all for the timeline. Well, right now, this is the defense. Actually, the state doesn't even want to use these. What the state wanted to use for a timeline, they showed on that other document that we went over. That's what they wanted to show for the timeline, right? This is the defense bringing in all this to show that they didn't sleep. So remember, so the whole first sense impression shouldn't apply here because they had time to talk to people to discuss it. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it's just a bunch of texts. Bethany texts JM, JM texts Bethany, Bethany texts JM, Bethany texts JM, Bethany texts JM, JM texts Bethany, 3 texts. DM on Instagram. Wow, she's on Instagram at the beginning of when Bethany calls 911. Dylan is on Instagram like at that time a little bit. Okay. Maybe pick up the phone and call 911 instead. I mean, anyway. So it says the state has selected text messages as excited utterances and present sense impression. The totality of circumstances defeat the state's request. Bethany and Dylan texted each other a handful of times, and then they were in the same bedroom. They were together with the ability to talk to each other. They were not asleep for 8 hours. The messages that the state seeks admission of as exceptions to hearsay began with a call and a message about being confused. After texting each other and unsuccessfully speaking with any of their roommates, the pair were together. The state is looking at the messages with the benefit of hindsight. The analysis has to be done in the moment the utterances were made. Text messages in this case. Dylan first claims confusion, then after communicating with Bethany, claims fear to leave her room. Despite her stated fear of leaving her room, she does so and joins Bethany downstairs. To get to Bethany's room, Dylan passes past the front door of the residence. Bethany was steps away from the front door. Neither of them left the house. That's a good point. They could have just walked outside. And that makes me think, do you remember the neighbor saying, or was it somebody driving by? Now I forget, but that the door was wide open at like 8 in the morning, I think it was. The front door. Now that we know Dylan went, Bethany's room would be right by the front door, and she went to the front door or went to Bethany's room after the murderer, I'm sure, is left. Because we were wondering, like, did he leave it open? Did he go out the front door? Did he leave it open? Did he come in that way? Why was that front door left open? So my point is if Dylan passed that front door, was right there to go into Bethany's room, wouldn't she just shut it? She would just keep it open? So my point is, did that front door get opened after? I guess because they were up. So maybe it was just that. Maybe they did go outside. I mean, they were up from, I don't know if they slept from 4:30 to 7:30 because there was no activity on their phones. So maybe they did, but then they were up. So I wonder if they did go outside at like 7:30 and left the door open. I don't know. If they're, her room's right by the front door. I have no idea. And I don't even know how accurate that was. There was just somebody that had seen the door open. I don't know if you guys remember that. No, I'm pretty sure it was the front door. The one that I'm talking about was the front door was like wide open. I mean, that's unless if That's what I heard. Sorry, I'm drinking this so fast. I'm like burping. I keep pausing it or muting it. Um, wow, really, Verica? Wonder if they're gonna release the body cams before the trial or not. Oh, that's right. That's right. I said front door. So that was 2 doors. You're right, Casey. I'm gonna, you know what, one after this, I'm gonna go through and the house and stuff. So some people that were new to this case to kind of show them the whole neighborhood and the setup and stuff. I'm gonna go through a couple videos. But you're right, there's 2 doors. I want to go over the layout of the house again too, because I haven't looked at it in a minute. So yeah, it was the one I'm talking about, they definitely said the front door. So if Bethany's room is by the back door, then yeah, it would be 2 different doors. I'll have to I want to look at the whole setup in a minute. But it could be that. Okay, so I don't know. The reason I'm saying it is because they said front door. They said to get to Bethany's bedroom, Dylan passed the front door of the residence. So in my head, I'm here seeing them say front door, but some people might call the front of the house something different than what other people do. Have you ever had that where it's like the front of the house is something you would be like, oh, I would think that was the front of the house. I don't know. Plus, that house is very weird. Like the setup is like it's 2 houses. It's like 2 things that were like glued together, if that makes sense. It's like it's split down this way instead of this way. It's like split. It's like they took 2 pieces and went psh, so odd. I read it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Casey. Are you guys can you hear me? That's what I'm discussing. The front door and stuff. Um, okay. So instead of okay, where are we at? Bethany was steps from the front door. Neither of them left the house. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. Instead, both have a substantial amount of activity beginning in earnest less than 4 hours after DM made her way to Bethany's room. Bethany and Dylan communicate with friends and parents, and Dylan is on social media. The second grouping of messages the state claimed fit within the exception to the hearsay rule are those from Dylan to her roommates beginning at 10:23 a.m. 6 hours later, the state claims Dylan woke up and realized her roommates had not responded to her earlier texts. The state is wrong. Dylan was awake. She was messaging on Snapchat. She was on Instagram and she texted with her dad. And this is not exhaustive list of activity on her phone. So that means there's more. I want to know if there was activity from 4:30 to 7:30 when that 3-hour gap. You would think so if there was, they would have showed to show that there was no gap in activity. But so she was with Bethany, who was also communicating with her parents and then later friends. Mr. Kohberger urges the court to view the state's request with consideration of the complete picture. The state has asked the court to look at a timeline, and Mr. Kohberger urges the court to look at everything that occurred during that timeline. Okay. I'm going to play an interview with Kaylee's dad, and they talk about these new documents and stuff. So let's watch that real quick before we go any other documents. Here it is. Okay.
I want to bring in now Steve
Hold on. Let me move it over.
Goncalves. Steve lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. We've talked a lot, Steve, over the course of this last 2.5 years, and it's been hard on you more than anybody, just with the gag order and hearing things that make you think there was a chance that maybe Brian Kohberger could beat the rap. You saw what I saw. You saw what Brian Enton just laid out. There is a knife purchase. There is a sheath purchase, a sharpener, and that selfie and that map. Tell me your thoughts as you see all this
Gotta
new
go over that
evidence come out.
selfie too. Oh, wait till we get to that.
We've been sitting on this one a little while. I'm glad. I mean, finally. I've always felt like anything coming out of the court that any of the fact finders are going to have to see is the safest thing in the world to show. You know, what could mess this up is a jury hearing all these YouTube people that, like, you know, just make up stuff and call speculation. Speculation is just another word for lying, creative lying, or storytelling. But these are facts. So I don't know why we're 2.5 years into this trial or into this process that we're finally letting out the facts. But man, it feels good. It feels good to see the true fact and all the work and everything that these guys have done. I just wish we didn't have to wait 2.5 years to see it.
The detail is remarkable, and the photograph of Brian Kohberger in front of a shower at 10:31 a.m., seemingly very proud. When was the first time you saw that?
Just a few hours ago. You know, that's an FU to Idaho.
Real quick, 10:30 a.m., the morning after the murders. And we know he drove around and then he went back to the house at 9 a.m. His phone pinged there. So he went back to check out the whole scene. Don't know why he went back. Was he looking if cops were there yet? Was he realized his sheath was gone and was going to try contemplating, hey, should I go try to find it? I remember even we were talking about this a couple years ago, contemplating like the whole front door thing. Like, what if he realizes the sheath's gone? So he goes back to the house, contemplating, should I go in? What if if he did, actually, there would probably be that would probably be on the surveillance though. But what I was going to say is, what if he did try to go back in and then he went in, opened the door, and then heard talking because the girls were so up and freaked out and ran back out and left the door open. But I do think that one of the Ring cameras would have picked that up though. So I doubt that. But I mean, yeah. So he goes around 9 o'clock, goes back to the house, then goes home, obviously, showers, freaking takes this selfie, thumbs up, freaking creepy, like he's all proud, like, yep, got her done type thing. I'm sorry, he's sick. That's sick. Anyway. Because I mean, I think he's the one that did it. I really do. I know there's some people that don't, but yeah.
I just went into your state. I just killed your kids in their beds, and you're not going to catch me. I'm just going to shower up here, clean off the last bit of the evidence, probably take this shower curtain. Who knows where that's at? But yeah, that's a challenge to Idaho. So I hope everyone from Idaho is paying attention, and we need to bring everything at this guy.
Were you at all made aware that this massive document dump was about to happen tonight, and that we'd see the map, how many times the white Elantra was seen in front of your daughter's house, that we'd see that photograph, that we'd see the evidence, the purchase order for the K-bar knife sheath and the sharpener? Did you know this was coming?
I didn't know when it was coming, but I've seen some of this footage before. I would suspect even the officer's seen some of the stuff. So I know how powerful it is. I know how good it is. I had no clue who I was looking at. I had no clue what I was looking at. I just seen cars. I seen a white Elantra. I seen it come and go. I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't even know what the time of the crime line was, but it's just hard to sit on the truth for so many years and be told that you need to do everything to help the person who killed your daughter. You're supposed to help him. And it's like, well, yeah, it's very frustrating because I just want the truth out, and I want people to see what the truth is. Stop listening to these idiots that think, speculation is evidence. It's not. It's absolutely not. What's coming out of the courtroom right now is evidence. And the fact finders, they'll decide if it's one way or the other, but it's still facts.
I'll go one further. This is some of the strongest evidence I've seen yet since they found the sheath and since they found the DNA on the sheath matched Brian Kohberger. I thought of you immediately, Steve. I thought, man, this is going to be good news for him, because all you want is a case that's strong. Am I wrong in what I imagined you'd feel like?
Yeah. We were torn when this all happened, but I really wanted to embrace and love the community that I'm a part of. I wanted to say that we did everything right and we got the right guy. But then we just, this whole process, and I don't understand it, guys. I'm just a dad trying to like rage through this to figure out how to get justice for his daughter. No, no, nothing holding me back. No rules, no nothing. I'm just trying to get the evidence and the truth for my daughter. So that's what I was doing. But now, 2.5 years later, I've learned there's an order of things and all this stuff. But it feels good to show and highlight all the hard work that the FBI did and Moscow Police Department. It feels good to see that, and it's just a little puzzling why we had to wait so long, But it feels like we're finally getting there, and some of these trolls can go find the bridge that they came from and return to it.
Thanks for watching.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, those pictures to have a timestamp on them. And I'm not spewing. I'm reading court documents. That's crazy. That would be. I'm not saying like you're not allowed to have your own opinion, but that argument would more go to you because I'm actually going over the court documents that are going to be at the trial and the stuff that's going to be presented as a part of the case. So I'm not. It's not like I'm just like making up stuff. So if anything, that could probably go more an argument of what you're doing. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have your opinion, but you're going on speculation, which is fine because we all speculate in true crime, but I'm just going over the court documents, some of the evidence. So it's okay. You could think what you want, but I mean, I'm allowed to have my opinion too. And okay, so yeah, I know, Sarah, you're right. I don't know what. Maybe that wasn't to me, Silver Fox. I don't know. But I don't know where that comment went. I just saw it. Now I can't find it anymore. But it's talking about like me, like, giving false information. No, I'm going over the court documents. That's what I'm going over. Anyway, okay. So let's I might play one more video because I got to use the restroom. Okay, hold on one second, and then we'll go over that document that has his selfie in it. Let's do. Is this the one I wanted to do?
Choose a weapon that size and of that nature.
I'm going to play a part of this because it's 20 minutes. I might play like a part of it. And then she has it broken into 2 segments. So maybe I'll play the first part and then read the document and play the other part. All right, 1 second. And then I'll go to the restroom real quick, gosh.
In the Idaho student murders case against Brian Kohberger. Court filings are revealing potential new evidence ahead of the defendant's trial. It's currently scheduled for August. One of those filings includes the state obtaining a search warrant for Kohberger's Amazon click history. The state claims that they have evidence showing that the months before the killings, Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife, which is the same style as the alleged murder weapon. Purchased it with a sheath and a sharpener, all purchased from Amazon. Now, the defense has asked the judge to exclude any Amazon evidence, arguing that the click activity was from a family account. Well, as we know, the DNA on the knife has been a very hot topic at previous hearings.
And the court's question, good question, what does that mean? Could it mean there's more than one person? The answer to that is, or it could mean it's not Brian because his car's got nothing in it and there were only 13 minutes to do this. The magistrate didn't get to know that.
In fact, his DNA is still on the knife sheath, though. That's the problem, counsel, for probable cause purposes.
The state also plans to use this selfie of Brian Kohberger. Look at this. Prosecutors say that he took it just hours after the fatal stabbings occurred. And you can see he's given a thumbs up in the photo for whatever reason, wearing a dress shirt all buttoned up, all the way, his collar buttoned up, and he has what appears to be wireless earbuds in his ears. First, it kind of looks like hair when you see it, but those are earbuds. We took a closer look. And there's a hearing coming up on April 9th to address all of these issues that are coming up. And we're talking about it now. We're not waiting till April 9th. Let me bring in our guest I'm so happy to have on the program, criminology expert, professor and author, Dr. Debbie Goodman, and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, Joe Tamburino. Good morning to you both. Let's start with the Kohberger selfie. It seems to be kind of breaking the internet. So many people examining every little thing that's in that picture. Dr. Debbie, we're dying to hear your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My thoughts, Julie, slam dunk, and here's why. If we were to open any college or university textbook on serial and mass murderers, this is absolutely one of these checkpoints and check marks of what these individuals do. I actually have the exact quote, Julie. I remember seeing an interview days before Ted Bundy was executed, and a journalist asked him, "Why did you take photos of victims in the crime scene?" And here's his exact quote: "When you work hard to do something right, you don't want to forget it." So I feel that this photo is so eerie and chilling, yet very indicative of this individual wanting to remember what he did. And I think it's absolutely a nod to his guilt. We see him in what appears to be a bathroom, a shower, nicely dressed, this thumbs up, a smirk, a smug. And there's, again, this sense of pride and pleasure that he exudes. And Julie, you had said at the onset, is some of this a coincidence? I can assure you, as a criminologist, there is absolutely zero coincidence when it comes to murder. This is very significant, very substantial.
Dr. Debbie, great analysis. Thank you for that. Joe Tamburino, I want to ask you about the Amazon search history and the knife that he purchased months before the homicides. We purchased the exact same kind of knife just to see what it would look like for our documentary. This is heavy. This is really, really, this is huge. I held this once before. I want to be so careful as I'm pulling it out. Oh. I don't want to yank it out. I'll do it as you're talking, Joe, very carefully and then hold it up. Tell me, do you think the defense has a chance to keep the jury from knowing about him buying this ahead of time?
Good morning, Julie. Zero chance. That history is going to come in. And this is very common in today's world. So here's what happens. When you get into an investigation, one of the first things that a good investigator will do is get search warrants on what you've been Googling, your electronic devices, whether it's a phone or a pad. Why? Because in today's world, we all look on the internet and we purchase things, whether it's shampoo, soap, clothes, whatever it is. It tells the investigator what a person is looking for, which goes to their state of mind. So if they could lay foundation, meaning that they're able to show, based on the search warrant, that this was his Amazon account, and in fact, he did order this, and he paid for it through some means, whether PayPal account or his credit cards or something like that, they're going to get it admitted. Now, the defense could say, well, wait a minute, it has less weight because he shared this account with Tom, Dick, Harry, whoever it was. But still, this is coming in, and it's going to be damaging evidence for him.
Joe, thank you so much for that. So I got it out. Look how large this is. This gives me chills seeing this, holding it. It's so heavy, it's so big, it's so awkward in this big, giant sheath. And we know it was on the snap of this knife sheath where Brian Kohberger's DNA was found, that touch DNA. Dr. Debbie, what does this choice of weapon say to you?
It says it was very planned, Julie, very purposeful, premeditated. With mass and serial killers, they're extremely selective about everything, about their victims, the day, the time, the location, and the weapon. And when it comes to these types of depraved killers, the three weapons, if you will, tend to be the gun, the knife, and the ligature. So the fact that this search was done in March, 8 months before the tragedy in November, again points to what we have discussed on several occasions, and that is, at least in my opinion, the level of planning that went into this was very lengthy, and I believe this individual has thought about it for a considerable period of time, selecting that exact weapon that, by the way, the military also uses for defensive tactics and training purposes. And I know there's been back and forth discussion online and social media, or what if he's a fisherman, and what if he's a hunter, or what if he's in the military? And the answer to all three is he's none of the above.
Dr. Debbie, thank you for that. This is really, really fascinating insight you're sharing. We've learned something else about Bryan Kohberger through the filings. And we know, Joe, you know this, it's been so frustrating, especially for us at Court TV, trying to pull the filings and share the content when so much of this is under seal. And when we saw just the docket headline a few weeks ago about the defense team wanting to incorporate autism in some way in their defense, of course, our minds started racing. We're thinking, could this go to an intent issue? Turns out, no. Turns out the defense wants to have an expert come in and explain that Bryan Kohberger does live with autism. He's on the spectrum, and they don't want to show it to show that he didn't know right from wrong or anything at the time. They're saying he's innocent. They're going with an innocence defense. But they don't want the jury to have an unfair bias against him because of his expressions. And so we pulled out a couple pieces from the filing saying, for instance, he does not show emotion on his face. He has a flat affect. He sits very still, holds his hands in the same position, has a piercing stare. He does not show expected reactions. Facial expressions don't reflect what he's feeling. He's stiff in his posture. So much going on. They talk a little bit about his OCD, apparently he has. All of these things, Joe, they want the jury to know about, to maybe explain some of Kohberger's perceived unemotional or inappropriate, maybe body language in the courtroom. What do you think about that? Do you think they're going to be successful explaining his gestures, expressions, posture, all of it?
Partly they will, and here's why. Well, let's break it down. First of all, in Idaho, there's no insanity defense. So we have to put that to rest. It's not about he's going to be insane or something. Second, his defense is not a state of mind type of defense anyway. He's saying he simply didn't do it. He's not saying I did it because I have autism or Asperger's or whatever it is. So it's not even relevant to that part of the case because he's saying he didn't do it. But lastly, a defendant can bring up, raise to in front of the jury, things about him to explain his behavior in the courtroom, how he looks. For example, I have experienced trials where witnesses and defendants have raised that they're on certain medications that make them sweat, certain medications that make them a little nervous or jumpy for whatever type of ailments they had. And that has been admitted. Why? Because you're trying to explain to the jury, hey, this guy is sweating a lot on the stand, not because he's nervous, because he's under certain types of medication. Well, the same thing here. Mr. Kohberger, I think, will be allowed to raise to some degree that he has autism, and that could be a contributing factor as to why he has this 100-yard stare, why he's unemotional, why he's very rigid, something like that. Now, they're going to have to lay foundation for that. They're going to have to get an expert, somebody who's examined Mr. Kohberger, somebody who knows his medical history. So if they can lay the proper foundation, I think the judge will let that in to the degree to describe his mannerisms in court or lack thereof.
Really helpful insight. Joe, thank you for all of that. We'll leave it here for now. We're going to be talking much more about Bryan Kohberger in our next segment. Dr. Debbie Goodman, thank you for your time and expertise. We have to say goodbye for now. We'll see you back soon. And we've got Joe Tamburino all morning. We're looking forward to that. Coming up next year on Opening Statements, we're going to continue our coverage on these new developments in Bryan Kohberger's case. We're looking at the text messages, revealing what those surviving roommates were up to before and after the murder.
One second. Sorry, I was downstairs. I didn't want to get, you know how I get some kind of shaky if I have an energy drink after so much coffee. So I ate a couple of chips just to get something in my stomach because I was starting to feel a little. So I ran down there. We'll watch the rest of the second segment after I read a little bit more. I like to kind of mix it up a little bit. Okay. Let me bring up this. The next one we're going to do is, we'll do this one because this one has the selfie. Okay. Why am I getting so out of breath? Like, it's not just because I ran up the stairs. It's like when I try to read this, I have to stop and like. Okay, so let's. This is witness identification by bushy eyebrows. So the defense is trying to get that thrown out, like for her not to be able to talk about the bushy eyebrows and stuff. And then, so this is a response. The state is responding to the defendant's motion in limine, trying to get that through, you know, like where she can't talk about the bushy eyebrows. So this is their response here. Okay. Like I said, I'm just highlight some of the stuff, so I'm not reading the whole document, but okay. So on November 3rd, let me make it a little bit bigger. All right. On November 13th, 2022, sometime before 4:19 a.m., Dylan observed a person inside her residence, which she shared with her 4 roommates. So there's 4 of them that live there at 1122 King Road. Dylan placed several phone calls and sent several text messages to her roommates. The only roommate who responded is Bethany. They had 2 short phone conversations, 24 seconds and 41 seconds. So the 2 were, one was 21 seconds, or one was 24, one was 41 seconds. Within those phone calls and text messages, Dylan relayed to Bethany that she saw a person in the residence wearing black and had on a ski mask that covered his forehead and mouth. On November 13th, at approximately 11:56 a.m., a 911 call was placed from 1122 King Road for a report of unresponsive female. The caller stated one of the other roommates was not waking up. The transcript of 911 call, the caller stated, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night." Moscow Police Department responded to the scene. The same day at approximately 12:09 p.m., Moscow Police Department officer Mitch Nunez took a statement from Dylan on scene outside of 1122 King Road. Dylan told Officer Nunez she saw a male, not insanely tall, wearing all black and a mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. Later, Dylan repeated the description. He was a little bit taller than me. I couldn't really see much of him, and I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. Dylan gave the description a 3rd time, repeating he had a mask, he was an inch or 2 taller than her, he was a basketball player, kind of skinny, and a voice she did not recognize. Because remember, and this will go over this again on the original documents that came out, talks about how she heard somebody that she'll say on this part, because they on every new document they'll add a little bit more details of what Dylan said in these interviews. So we're getting like a more information, which is kind of cool. But basically, somebody that it was a male that wasn't Ethan's voice that said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," or whatever, which is so creepy. Like, and then he kills them. Anyway, the same day at approximately 1:47 p.m., Dylan was interviewed at the Moscow Police Department by Detective Lawrence Mowry. During this interview, Dylan reported she saw a white male she did not know, maybe my height, a few inches taller, which on his ID he is listed at 6 foot. But witness testimony, witness, what is it called? I can't even think of the word, but they're like recall of what people look like. It's not that reliable. Anyway, Anyway, Dylan reported she saw a white male she did not know, maybe my height, a few inches taller, skinny, athletic built, wearing all black, wearing this mask that covers just his forehead. And here, his forehead and here, I don't know. Maybe she just showed like the mouth or something. Maybe she was like showing it with, motioning it. Regarding his height, she reported, I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot. Oh no, she got that right. Never mind. Yeah, that would be, I didn't realize she was that tall. Well, dude, I think it's 6 foot is what he has on his license, right? I don't remember what his eyes look like either. I didn't recognize eyes, but definitely a white guy. So she's saying she didn't recognize his eyes, so it probably wasn't somebody she knew. But definitely a white guy. 4 days later, on November 17th, 2022, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police, Detective Victoria Gooch, and MPD Captain, then Sergeant Dustin Blaker. Dylan gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday, November 12th, 2022. So that would have been the night prior leading up to it. Let me take a sip of this. Those chips dried out my mouth. Well, let me get my comments current here. Okay. Wait, what do you mean? Summoned? All saying? Who's saying they've been summoned? Oh. What do you mean? What is happening? I don't know. Movie time? What do you mean, Chief? What movie? Sorry, I was just wanted to read a couple comments because I realized that I haven't read any in a minute. But what? I don't understand what you're saying, movie time. You want me to play a movie? What is going on? No, we have is one is singing I like big butts, I cannot lie. What is going on? Wait, why, Chief? Oh, you're saying you're going to watch a movie. I get it, Chief. Okay. You're saying it's movie time for you. Okay. All right. Let me continue. This chat is really like random. I love it, kind of. It's funny. Okay. So on November 17th, Dylan was interviewed by Victoria Gooch and Blaker, and she gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday, November 12th, until she went to bed at approximately 3:20 a.m. Because supposedly she's saying she went to bed and then woke up to a noise, and then she was probably up the rest of the night. On Sunday, November 13th, defendant, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sometime between 4 a.m. and 4:20, Dylan woke up and heard a male's voice, a voice she did not recognize, say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So I remember when I'm reading that, I could imagine they come out because they probably hear something, and there's, maybe Ethan's coming out into the kitchen to get something to drink, or the door to, whatever. And he's coming down the stairs. You know what? Hold on. I forgot I had this video that somebody did a video. Shoot, I have it downloaded, so I'm not going to be able to. I have it downloaded from way back, a couple years ago. So I don't know what channel it came from. So I feel bad I'm not going to be able to do a shout out. So I'm going to play this video that kind of like recounts it. If anybody knows what channel it came from, let me put it in the chat so I could give them a shout out. Let me just play it for you guys so you could see like the setup of everything. Hold on. Because I'm thinking, though, real quick, what happened is maybe one of my theories is like, as he's coming down, they're coming out and like they run into him, and he's like, and they back away because he's like on black. And he probably has the knife. He has to have the knife in his hand because the sheath is left up in Maddie's room. So he's probably holding the knife. So they probably like back away, freaked out, backing up into their back in their bedroom. And he's probably like, "Oh, it's okay. I'm here to help. I'm going to help you." And then that's what I can imagine. And that would make sense because if they aren't quite in the room, Dylan would hear that more loudly. If she falls asleep, that either has to be pretty close, or I doubt it's like way in the bedroom and she wakes up to that. So I'm thinking it's outside in the hallway. He runs into him. It could be like right outside her door. I don't know. And they're backing away looking scared. You know what I'm saying? And he could be like, it's okay, I'm going to help you. So it could be like right outside her bedroom door. And that I could see how that could have woke her up, hearing like a voice, you don't know, a man's voice saying that. How odd is that? Like, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And then, see, that's just, the more I think about that, the more I don't understand why they didn't call. Hearing that, and then seeing a guy with the ski mask, and then nobody answering the phone, and you're going to just think that it's just a friend, and they're just passed out drunk. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that they just didn't do anything. Not that I get it if they don't want to go in the room because they're freaked out, but the fact that they didn't call the cops, like, okay, let me play this video real quick. I hope it says somewhere who this is. Idaho murders, the layouts in the rooms. I don't know. It's in my files such a long time ago.
Most of us believe the two surviving roommates, Bethany and Dylan, were sleeping on the first floor. Since then, we've learned Dylan was sleeping here on the second floor, along with Xana and Ethan, located here. Kaylee and Madison were located here on the third floor. The dog was located on the third floor, and the room by itself. Let's move around and see through the walls, into the kitchen, to the back slider, and take a look at the time frames. At 4:04 a.m., the suspect can be seen trying to park his car. At 4:09, approximately 5 minutes later, he enters the house through the back slider. At 4:18, he leaves the house after committing the crimes. At 4:20, he's caught on camera driving away at a high rate of speed. All of this only took 9 minutes. Let's watch what that looks like. The suspect enters through the back sliding door. He pauses at the stairs to look around to make sure no one's up. He then turns and goes upstairs. The first bedroom he stops at and opens the door, he sees no one there. He continues to the next bedroom. Here we know what happens. Downstairs, Dylan is sleeping. The noise from upstairs wakes her up. She thinks it's Kaylee playing with her dog. She gets up and goes to the door and looks out. She sees nothing there. The suspect then continues down the stairs about 3 minutes later. He then heads to Xana's room. Outside, there's a security camera picking up some whimpering, cries, and a thud at 4:17. We've learned that Xana was found on the floor, which might explain the thud. Dylan again hears something and looks outside her door. She sees the suspect. He walks right past her and leaves.
Oh, I thought. Oh, it must have recorded a part of the. Okay, it's like, wait, how is that? That's not even on YouTube. How did that just happen? Okay. So yeah, pretty interesting. Hold on one second. I also hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. I wanted to play one more thing here. Video for the live. Where is it? Well, I'll just wait. I'll finish reading this document and Wait, I was trying to find that diagram again. Oh, you know what I got? I found a bunch of more Idaho files that on my computer, which because I was looking for my unedited, because remember that one guy asked me to blur his face and stuff. So I was looking for the original where nothing was blurred because I mean I had ordered the files, so I had them. I was like, where are they? They're not in my files. Well, here I had a whole freaking another big bunch more files on this case. So I found them. I'm excited. All right. Let me see what this is.
Very little is known about how he got in or how he got out, which direction he came from, or how he escaped. There are only so many scenarios, and tonight we're going to give you an exclusive look. First, our senior national correspondent, Brian Enton, retracing the route that the killer would have to have taken if he drove that night to 1122 King Road.
So we're on Taylor Avenue right now. This is sort of a somewhat busy road between the Sigma Chi fraternity and where the murder house happened. There's a lot of apartment buildings, houses, a lot of kids going to and from. And then you turn onto this road here, which is King Road. This is actually the road that the house is on. I want to show you because it's dark out, so it's good perspective. But there's houses all over the place, both sides of the street here. Lights on, you see students coming and going all the time, walking around. Not a quiet place by any means, even at night. A lot of snow, dark in some areas, but a lot of traffic. I turn here, we're gonna get close to the murder house up here on the right, but you can see houses on both sides of the street again. There's media out here now, but again, normally the neighbors tell me there's a lot of people walking around, not necessarily a lot of cars. You look to the right here, this is the house where the murders happened. Big driveway in front, room for a lot of cars. I'm gonna kind of get a little speed here because it's very snowy and icy. People have to go fast to get up the road. But right when you come around the corner here next to the house where the murders happened, there's a big apartment building on the left with at least 20 or 30 units. So again, a lot of people coming and going. Remind you, house where the murder happened is on the right here. And then we come up, I find this very, very interesting. This is a big parking lot, literally right behind the house where the murders happened. This would be a place where, look, I got stuck here. I was telling you, the snow, it's hard to get up these. Let me see if I can get up. All right, I'm stuck. I'm gonna stop for a minute though. Parking lot, this is a place where someone could have stopped to come and go from the back of the house. A little bit wooded here. Behind the parking lot, but right on the top of that hill. It's not like a forest or anything. There's more houses up there. So this isn't like an area where there'd be a ton of places to hide. Again, a lot of foot traffic, a lot of apartments, a lot of houses. This is how you would have gotten in or out in a car. I'm going to show you at the end of the show more of how someone might get in or out on foot. Ashley?
That's just fantastic information, Brian. Thank you for that. And thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
Okay, so hold on one second though. I was trying to get my files organized here for when it. Let me put that over here. Okay. This, don't worry, I'm gonna read the rest of that document. I just wanted to show y'all something else. Now these were, I didn't create these. I mean, I don't remember. These are in my files, so I don't know who to give credit for this one to. But if you're watching, let me know. I'll give you a shout out. Let me just show you here. One second. It's just, it is kind of creepy, but I mean, it does give you, I'm more of a visual learner, so it kind of gives you like the setup of the room. So, it says, what I figure so far is weirdly, the table right next to Maddie was untouched. So this is their bedrooms. I don't know how they got pictures of their rooms with how it was set up. I don't know. But it says, so I believe she was genuinely first and the quietest. If she was just sleeping in the corner, it would have been easier for Brian to kind of crawl on the bed and slit her throat. That would also position any blood splatters or pools to go on the left hand side. The obvious, whatever the heck caused him to detach the sheath before being interrupted. He may have even lost the sheath among the darkness of it all. So Maddie and Kaylee were both sleeping in this bed. So I don't know. This is just, what do you call it? Just somebody's opinion and what they put together, which I just thought I really liked it because it showed me like the look of the room, so I could see like how the room was, right, and kind of understand it. So this person's assuming that Maddie would have been sleeping here and Kaylee, which I'm trying to think they did go over. What did Kaylee's dad say? Or trying to think when they went over some of the details, if they did say. They probably did. So, I mean, they probably going by like what it said in the documents. I haven't went over the old stuff in a while. But anyway, so remember the sheath was kind of laying like kind of under Maddie in a way, they said. So this is her room. They're really small rooms. I'll show you. They have a picture of all the rooms. So that's that. And then, oh, here's another picture. Let's see what this says. So this is affidavit states, as I entered the room, he seen two females. So they're quoting the people, the first officers on the scene. What did they say that they saw, right? So this person, as they entered the room, he seen two females. He could only see them both fully as he entered. He probably seen feet before them fully. So that eliminates Kaylee being diagonal. So this is how they would, if he comes in, this is what he would see. So there's a little table right here. So they're saying he walks in and the guy saying he's seen feet. So I don't know. Is that what she said? Wait. Oh, she's just saying, never mind. She's just saying he would probably, never mind. Says as he entered the room, he saw two females. Okay. This person's just saying he probably seen feet. Okay, so this is, I think after hearing Kaylee messing with the dog, getting up and closing the dog in her room, heading towards Maddie's room, he quickly realized he might get caught and possibly hops off Maddie and sets himself slightly behind the door. Maddie's door, this is just opinion. Opens inward. If cracked open slightly, you can see Maddie's bed. Kaylee, unbeknownst to her, enters Maddie's room thinking Maddie's just awake and moving about. She enters, noticing Maddie's still asleep, and immediately is startled to wake her. Oh, man, this is obviously just her opinion, thinking that Kaylee was out of her room when Brian entered. I never thought that. I always thought that he entered and they both were laying down trying to sleep. So I don't know. There's just somebody's opinion. Like I said, I only wanted to share it because it showed what the rooms look like. And it says, okay, maybe she was also in shock and couldn't yell, allowing him to lunge towards her. They do a dance of sort of, he attacks her upper body, chucks her on Maddie's bed, then footsteps kind of stomping together, could have mistaken for Kaylee playing with Murphy, as all that is heard up there is Murphy barking and playing sounds. I mean, who knows? We don't know. We weren't there. I mean, this person could be right. I just never pictured it like that. Who knows? I mean, okay, so that's that, but let me show you the other room, how it is. So this is, this would be Xana's room, okay? So this says, maybe once finishing upstairs, he goes to exit, yet notices a girl run up the second floor from the first, with her heading towards the kitchen. He sneaks past this open doorway as Xana is fumbling about with her food, cutlery, whatever she may be. Okay, so this is the hallway. He's coming downstairs, right? Here's the latent shoe print, right? It's outside of Dylan's door. So he comes down. Obviously, he has to come down the stairs. And I think he comes down and he sees them because they just got DoorDash. He could have seen them when they're bringing the DoorDash. I mean, who knows or they were going to get a drink or whatever in the kitchen or something. And then I think he ran into him. I think they were probably right. Somebody I feel like was right here as he's walking down. And Dylan's room's right there. And I think, like, don't worry. And they probably look like he has a knife. Don't worry, I'm going to help you. And I think they backed into the room and just my opinion. But anyway, maybe once finishing upstairs, I don't know. I'm not going to read all this, but It just shows this is Xana's room. BK, Ethan. Wait, I don't see what. So they're saying that they think what? I don't know. There's one more picture. Let me see. Okay. So I do think I do think possibly maybe Ethan was on the other side of the bed. I don't know because maybe not. I mean, the only reason I'm saying that is because now that I heard the 911 call and I see that Hunter is telling her to get out, the fact that Maddie and Dylan probably never even went in Xana's room, Ethan could, maybe he wasn't, maybe he was on the bed, but I don't know why they kept saying Xana. So I'm guessing Xana was probably the first that they saw somewhere, and maybe Ethan wasn't as noticeable. So maybe Ethan was on the other side of the bed, maybe even on the bed. And the reason Xana was the first they saw, maybe because Xana was like right at the doorway on the ground. I don't know. I remember that News Nation, Ashley she had some like inside source, but obviously that was wrong. I started thinking about that because now we could see that it doesn't appear that anybody's out in the hallway, because when Maddie goes and looks, I mean, she doesn't see him, and she probably goes up to kind of close to the door. So I'm not thinking. And then we hear Kaylee's dad explains how Hunter like knocked on the door first and was like, "Hey, I'm coming in." Nobody answered. So obviously nobody was in the hallway, but that's why sometimes these news show reporters can have bad sources. We learned that with the Delphi case. Law and Crime gave there was a source that said something and they were wrong. And then this, because it doesn't line up with the 911 call or what supposedly Hunter did. But she had supposedly had a source that one of them was like laying in the doorway or whatever, which pretty sure that's wrong. So anyway, because it sounds like the door was actually shut. So anyway, so let's see what this says. South of the hallway, I approached the room. I could see a body later identified as Coronado laying on the floor. Oh, that's right. See, I forget what the first people on scene, like what they said, because I haven't read that document in a while. So that's what he did say. She was on the floor. I'm gonna have to read that again. It's been like 2 years, just so I am aware of when I go over it. I have like fresh facts. But yeah, so she was on the floor. So obviously she was right there. So that's probably why anybody that just kind of like looks in, they're just gonna see Xana. And Ethan could either be on the bed, he could be on this side of the bed, this side, or on the bed. And if anybody just kind of like right there, they would just see Xana. So that makes total sense. So Xana was on the floor. I could see a body later identified as Coronado laying on the floor. Okay. Makes total sense then. And then this is the bathroom. So this is probably the bathroom. Probably has the door on the outside and inside to get to the bathroom, I'm guessing, right? Yeah. So you go in, the bathroom's right here, but obviously you can get to the bathroom from this door. Okay. So I just thought that was kind of interesting to see like how their rooms were set up. All right, so let me finish reading that other document real quick. All right, so. Oh, one more thing. Hold on. I wanted to do one more thing just for people that, because there was some new people that didn't know this case. I just wanted to show one more. It's just really quick to show a quick drone thing from the house. Hold on. Where's it at? Where's it at? I just put it in the folder. Where'd it go? Oh, it's this one. Right here.
Has been updated. Please check it on the map.
So this is the house. And I don't remember where I downloaded this from. It sucks because these are such old files I downloaded. I don't remember which channels did it. So if anybody knows who this is. But this is the house right here. It's 3 levels. And if you look at it from the side, it looks like, I'll have to find the pictures where it just looks like it's 2 halves. And unfortunately, like Google Maps, it's blurred out. You can't go to Google Maps and looks, it's all blurred out. So now, okay, so Gosh, I wish I gotta find the diagram again. Cause so Xana's room's right here, right? Right here. Now remind me. Wait, so okay, question, Casey. If I looked at this, I would think the front door is this door right here. And if Bethany's on the basement floor, I mean, this door would, even if she's on this side or this side, this door would be close to her room. Or are you saying that the door that was left open is on the other side? I always picture this door is what I thought that the person that said the door was open. I was always thinking they meant this door. And I would say that, yeah, that would be real close to either whatever room she's in. That would be real close. I don't know. I'm thinking in that document, they meant this door. When they said that their front door is right next to Bethany's room. It seems like they would mean this door. But anyway, okay. You know what? After I read this document, I'll play that second half of that law and crime video and try to look for the house diagrams. I used to have like a bunch different ones that I just want to find one so I could show you guys and remind myself the setup exactly. I mean, I want to remind myself which room Bethany was in. I don't remember if she was in this one or which side of the house. All right, so let me. Oh yeah, so this drone. I don't know why I should have muted that. Why didn't I do that a while ago? So that kind of just shows you. I'm hoping they go to the side. I haven't watched this in a minute. So you could kind of see the side of the house. Those of you that are, and this is going to be important when we watch, and I probably won't get to that till tomorrow. I want to go over the Linda Lane footage. And like I already went over it 2 years ago, but I want to go over it now with a fresh pair of eyes that I haven't looked at it and fresh pair of ears and see if I could hear or see anything. But this is important, like to know the setup of everything so you could understand like where the car's coming from, if that makes sense. So there's a street and then right here, this goes up and around and Linda Lane's like, you'll see. I'll go through maybe Google Maps before I play it. Footage is kind of interesting because I feel like it catches some noises because they have it like somebody, I don't know who released it. I don't think they were supposed to. It didn't come from law enforcement, but it got released a couple years ago where it would be at the time of the murders and you probably could hear stuff because it's not that far from the house where you could probably hear stuff from it. You could hear like the car. I mean, you could see the car that we think is the white. There's a cops one over there. You could see the car, you could hear stuff, you could hear like cars starting, you could hear doors being shut. So it's like I remember going through it like at the certain times that it be like, ooh, that could be like him getting out of the car. That could be him taking off, after the murders, taking off real fast. And there's like I don't know. It's interesting if you guys haven't seen it. All right. I don't know if there's anything else. I was hoping they gave a side view. There we go. Okay. That's what I was talking about. It's like two halves. It's like right here and right here. It's like, don't you guys, it's just like it's put together, like glued together like this. So here is a lot of people at first, and I remember almost people saying it like it's fact, but it never came to be like it's a fact, but like, I remember people saying like, that's how he got in and out. I don't know. I don't think nobody really knows because remember Dylan said he just went off that way. She didn't actually see him leave. There's a door here. I mean, if somebody could have climbed up here, and this would have been where Maddie and Kaylee were. And then right here is the kitchen. If you go in this door, there's a kitchen, and then you just go around, and then Dylan's room's there, and then Kaylee or Xana's is right over here. and then there's a basement right here. So there's only a basement on this side, and there's only a third floor on this side. You see what I'm saying? It's a very strangely made house, but they demolished it. They freaking demolished it. And you know the crazy thing? Now the states wants to do like a replica to show. It's like, why didn't you just keep the house? Like, that is the stupidest thing. Like, keep it until the end of the trial, because if something comes up that you need the house to see, you have nothing to go back to now. It makes, like, why? Just keep it. It makes me so mad because why? Like, just wait. This is a huge case. Like, wait till the end of the freaking trial. It's already gone. They destroyed it. Oh, it did used to have a garage, Melly, like right here. It used to have a garage that got tore down for some reason. And there's a lot of people that think that's like weird, but I don't know. I just think it probably just got tore down. But it used to be like right here. But okay, so let me read the rest of that document. I just wanted to show people that are new to the case the shape of the house. Another weird thing, a ladder. The ladder was laying out there. Nobody really even mentioned that. Like, what if he knew that? And what if he used the ladder to get up here and go in right here? Because chances are they might not lock this door, because, I mean, they might feel like, oh, we don't need to lock this door because, I mean, how is somebody going to get up there? I mean, maybe they're probably more prone to leave that unlocked. Does the ladder reach there? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, this ladder just leaning up against the house. There's a murder. Did they like consider that ladder? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they did. Who did? Oh. All right. So let's finish this document. All right. So where are we at? Okay. So we left off at she heard a male's voice that she didn't recognize say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan opened her door and saw someone cause it. From my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses. Oh, cuz it. I thought it was, so this is like her quote, like, cuz it. From my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses, like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth, but I could see all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes look like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about. And the more I think about this, like, it does make sense that she's, I don't know if it was a dream, it's blurry, because think about it. She's drunk. She already admitted she's drunk. Could be high. I mean, maybe she was on drugs. You never know. They're in college. So she's basically buzzed up, under the influence. It's late. Something like that would be like a dream. Like, what the heck? There's some guy in a mask. And then knowing what happened and try to look back. So I could kind of see, like, was it a dream? It would be like such a weird memory, probably, you know? Now how they reacted, like, I don't get why they didn't call. I don't get that. Dylan described the male as not skinny tone, that basketball of type. Now that's another thing I think. I think he probably had layers of clothes on, because I do think Brian's skinny. He'd be considered like a skinny, like pretty skinny and tall, because he's 6 foot. So he would like appear like probably skinny. But I mean, she's not saying he's not skinny, but like not, male is not skinny tone, that basketball kind of type. So I think he probably even appeared thicker, because I always pictured him having layers of clothes on, because I think he took the clothes off his all layer. I don't think he got naked, because I mean, he studied criminology. He's not going to get naked and have like body hair or skin cell. You know what I'm saying? I think he had layers, and he just took the top layer that had, sure, he got blood. I mean, I don't know how you could commit 4 murders by stabbing and not, especially when 2 were for sure awake. So, you know, they had to have fought back, to a degree, and who knows? I mean, chances are, even if Kaylee and Maddie were sleeping, when he was killing one, the other one obviously had to have woke up. So there was probably still even a fight with one of them. It's just, so I think he had layers of clothes on. He took the top layer off, probably had a plastic bag. I think he had those things over his shoes. That's why he didn't track up blood through the house or in his car. You know, those things that like in surgeries or like, you know, when you have a cable guy coming, they're really easy. You just pop them on over your shoes. I think he wore those because he planned this out. He wore those before he walked out. He took them off. No tracking of blood. And put them in a bag. I think he put everything like in a bag, sealed it up. Hence why he didn't transfer any blood into his car, because he thought he probably had everything so like whatever he was wearing, and it was all in a bag. I think before he got into his car, it was already in a bag, probably tied up. That's what my guess. It's the only other way to not have like any DNA. And then gloves, everything. So there was no DNA transfer. It is possible, and if anybody could do it, it'd be somebody studying that stuff that would know how to get away with it. Because somebody murdered them and somebody did it without tracking blood. I don't know. Anyway, so Dylan stated that she is 5'10", so thought that the male was around 5'10" and then 6 foot, somewhere around there. Dylan stated the male was approximately 3 feet from where she was standing. I would say about 3 feet from what I remember. Again, that could be off. I obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. Again, she described the male. I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how. Dylan recounted calling and texting her roommate, Bethany, and she discussed with Bethany that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask. Dylan conveyed to the interviewers that the facts didn't fully make sense to her, and she didn't know how to explain everything. Detective Gooch explained to Dylan that the important thing was to tell only things she knew were true. That's the most important. Detective Gooch acknowledged Dylan's trauma. Detective Gooch and Captain Blaker confirmed that the facts from Dylan's memory again. Dylan reiterated that she saw a male figure in the hallway, approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a mask. She remembered his eyebrows. Captain Blaker asked what was covering his face. Dylan stated, let me take a sip of my drink. Wait, what, Mallory? You say, Trevor, more super strange. The other 2 female victims had boyfriends, which doesn't mean BK couldn't have fancy taken women, but Maddie is who he crushed on. Okay, so this is what, so Captain Blaker asked what was covering his face, and this is what Dylan said. I don't know. Weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes, and because I saw his eyebrows. And I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know. Detective Gooch asked Dylan if she knew what a balaclava, I don't know, was, and he showed her a picture. I don't know. Let me look that up. That's what I was going to do. I was going to get a picture of it and put it in this document, and I forgot. I knew I forgot something. How do you say that? I don't know what it is, but let me look it up. Balaclava? Oh, I see. This is what comes up when I searched it. There's all kinds of different, so it's all of them. Like so obviously it was more something like probably like she thinks she saw her nose, but she's not sure though. But maybe he had it pulled down a little bit so he could breathe better or something. Could have been wearing something like this, but pulled down. Who knows? Or something that this opens up his mouth. Maybe like, I don't know. Look a heart. Why does it kind of look like him in a weird way? Or like, yeah. Anyway, so that's what he's talking about. So let me go back to so he showed her a picture of what it was. In response and addressing whether she could see the male's mouth, Dylan stated no. And I don't remember if I saw it. Like, I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows. And I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I can see eyebrows. But I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered. The investigators inquired if Dylan could provide a composite for an artist. And she says, no, I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember his eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows look like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows. Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember, like, the color. I just remember, like, bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember. On December 1st, 2022, 18 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by forensic interviewer Aaron Williamson. Dylan gave a detailed accounting of Saturday, November 12th, until she went to bed Sunday, November 13th. And it says defendant's transcript, which were not included in defendant's exhibit. Okay, so Dylan reported she heard a man's voice and it wasn't Ethan's. It was like, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Dylan stated she saw an all-black figure about my height, maybe a few inches taller, skinny build, wearing a mask. So they're basically going, 18 days later, they're showing like she's basically saying the same thing. She's being consistent with what she's saying and what she saw. Anyway, wearing a mask, Dylan described, I don't remember if it was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrow. Dylan texted Bethany, there's a guy in all black. Again, Dylan described the ski mask. I couldn't see any of his hair, but I remember just like seeing like it was like almost rectangular, like not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing like, just like, I don't know how to explain it, just like this. Maybe she probably was like, doing something with her hand, I'm guessing. Maybe I'd be able to see like a cross, but I don't remember seeing his eyes. But I feel like his eyes were there. Well, yeah, I think he had eyes. No, I could just see like an eyebrow. I feel like that's how I know he saw me, because I could see his eyebrow. Like, if I can see his eyebrow, he can see me. From what I remember, I think he was just like walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I don't know, like, I just remember seeing an eyebrow. I don't know why. I just see one. It was just like one bushy eyebrow. I don't remember the color, like the full shape. I just remember it being bushy. She described his clothing again, stating the male was wearing black long sleeves, black pants, and black boots. At the end of the interview, Dylan drew the mask for the interviewer. While drawing, she gave a consistent description of the mask and noted the eyebrows. I don't remember if I saw one or two. Like, it was just weird. Where did I just leave it? Oh, there we go. On December 29th, Brian was arrested in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The following day, December 30th, 47 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police, Joe Lake and Gary Tollison. Dylan was asked about Brian. Dylan was asked, have you seen a picture of Mr. Kohberger? Dylan responded, yeah, I looked him up today when I found out. Well, sorry, I should have had that a little bit bigger. There we go. Regarding what picture she saw, she stated, I've seen the mugshot, one with the vest thing, I think. The interviewer asked, this Brian Kohberger, the person that you saw in the mugshot, is this is that the person you saw in your house? Dylan responded, I have no clue. From what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was like not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask actually exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And this knowing there's like I knew he had looked at me because of the bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. But I have no idea what he looked like. I don't like when I looked at his picture, nothing came back to me at all. So that like I don't know. I feel like if I saw that, my mind would be like, "Oh yeah, that's him." But it just I don't remember at all. Regarding Dylan telling Bethany the male had a big nose, Dylan stated, all I remember, but I don't remember big nose at all, like at all. That's like all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow and all black and some sort of mask, but it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. So wait, Dylan told him he had a big nose, huh? On May 15th, 183 days after Dylan's first interview. So they're going over all of them to compare like what she said, right? Dylan testified at the grand jury proceeding for the above title matter. Grand jury testimony regarding November 13th, Dylan testified she woke up around 4 a.m. to noises, music, Murphy, the dog, talking and or singing. Dylan testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Okay, so she heard that when she opened the door. Ah, so that could have been closer to their room. Could have been in the room. Okay. But I still think I think either Kaylee or Maddie was the target, and I think when he came down, he ran into either Ethan or Kaylee or Xana, and they were more collateral damage. I really do think that. I think he had a target, hence why he didn't kill the other two roommates, because he just had a main target. He only killed Ethan and Xana because they saw him. They probably ran into him out there, and I think then they went back into their room, like kind of freaked, and he followed them. Hey, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. I really still think that, but him saying that it could have been closer to their room or in their room. So if she had the door open and heard it, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Dude, I would have freaking like if she hears that, I would have kept the door open and seen like what else is he saying. Dilla testified she opened the door, her door again and saw. So wait, how long? Because how long? That's important because you're saying you heard that. Therefore, we know they were still alive at that point. So how long after did you open the door again and he was walking out? Like how long did it take him to kill them? That's crazy. Like wonder if did she say like it was like a couple minutes or well, we know the whole crime didn't take very long. Unless, I mean, another option is oh, I don't know. Like the whole thing when he said, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you." He could have already maybe like killed Ethan and then she was freaking out and he's like, "No, it's okay, I'm gonna help you." Like, but no, I don't know. Gosh, I just wish she would have freaking acted like more, I don't want to say responsible, but she was there. Like he walked past her, like, oh. Sorry, I'm just reading some chat real quick. Okay, so a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. Okay, so she testified. She opened the door again and saw a figure in black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew it. Knew it was male. I think I knew that because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build wasn't like scrawny and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was like basketball toned, lean build. Regarding what the person was wearing, Dylan testified there was like what I think I remember, it was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not. But it just like covered the head and then maybe up to the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it covered just the chin, the mouth, or the nose, or the lower, or the nose, or lower, sorry, the nose or lower. Dylan testified the clothing was all black. She testified, well, the thing I can really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about a bushy eyebrow. Argument, Dylan's statements are independently reliable as law enforcement did not employ a witness identification procedure triggering a Manson-Biggers balance test. The case relied upon the defendant's deal with witness identifications that result from the use of law enforcement identification techniques. The facts of each of the cited cases are important because they differ vastly from the facts in the case at hand. State versus Hoisington, witnesses are shown 6 photos of a lineup, resulting in Hoisington being identified. Photographs of only Hoisington in a 6-person corporal live lineup, which resulted in witness positively identifying Hoisington. And Werdeman versus State, the witness was shown a 6-person video lineup with only one male matching the description given by the witness, which led to the identification of Werdeman. The witness was shown a photographic lineup containing several pictures of several men, including Trevino. This process did not result in identification until Trevino showed up to the police station shortly after. The United States Supreme Court was held that due process requires the exclusion of identification evidence if police suggestiveness creates the substantial risk of mistaken identification. Yeah, okay, I'm going to skip all this. Okay, so it says the facts of the Kohberger case are vastly different than the cases relied upon by the defendant. In the case at hand, on 4 separate occasions prior to Brian Kohberger being arrested, Dylan gave consistent descriptions of the male she saw in the 1122 King Road residence around 4 a.m. Dylan gave the following consistent descriptions. White male, wearing all black, few inches taller than Dylan, wearing a mask, skinny, athletic build, toned, not a voice she recognized. During 3 of those interviews, Dylan also consistently describes the male's eyebrows. 5 times, Dylan uses the term bushy to describe the eyebrows. Regarding identification, after Brian was arrested, Dylan was interviewed. She relayed that she saw a mugshot of Brian on the internet. Detective Lake asked Dylan, is this Brian, the person that you saw in this mugshot? Is that person you saw in your house? Dylan responded, I have no clue. She relayed to Detective Lake the person she saw had a mask on that covered his mouth and nose. The only discernible features were the subject was white and had bushy eyebrows. This questioning of Dylan is not a witness identification. There was no law enforcement procedure employed to suggest identification. Most importantly, there was no identification by Dylan. After seeing a picture of Brian, Dylan could not say that he was the male she saw. Dylan's multiple descriptions of the male were based on her own recollection and not the result of suggestive identification procedures employed by law enforcement. Thus, the Manson-Biggers test is inapplicable. 2, even if the court applies the test, the totality of the circumstances presented in this case substantially outweigh any suggestiveness. Even if the court employs it, the balancing test to the facts of the case, the court should find that Dylan's descriptions, including bushy eyebrows, are reliable and admissible. First, regarding opportunity to view, Dylan stated she was only approximately 3 feet from the male when she saw him. Dylan was able to get enough of a view of the male to determine his outfit: long sleeve shirt, pants, black shoes, black mask. And the details regarding the mask he was wearing: ski type mask without circular holes, but covering his forehead and mouth. Dylan also determined the male was holding an item, although she was not able to determine what that item was. Second, regarding degree of attention, Dylan's statements indicate during the time of her observation, she was only able to see the eye and nose area. This means the only discernible features on the male would have been the nose and eyes. On November 17th, Dylan states, "I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about." Defendant notes Dylan's artwork drawings found on her bedroom walls, which focus on eyebrows and eyes. See defendant's exhibit number 4. This only proves that Dylan would have a degree of attention to his facial characteristic, thus reinforcing her reliability. Defendant states Mr. Kohberger does not have bushy eyebrows. The state intends to introduce a photograph of Brian taken from his phone November 13th, 2022, only hours after the homicides at 10:31 a.m. See State's Exhibit S5. Whether or not Brian Kohberger can be described as having bushy eyebrows is a factual determination to be decided by the jury. Third, regarding the accuracy of the description, Kohberger matches Dylan's descriptions. Male, white, skinny, athletic build, a few inches taller than Dylan, not someone she knew with bushy eyebrows. Brian's driver's license listing him as 6 foot. Photograph taken by Brian on November 13th, 2022, 10:30 a.m., 10:31 a.m., showing his eyebrows. Fourth, regarding the level of certainty, Dylan texted Bethany a description immediately after her observations. She was interviewed on 5 separate occasions, and she provided grand jury testimony. Dylan, without fail, gave the same description, which in and of itself indicates her level of certainty. On November 17th, 2023, she relayed to the investigator that she was suffering from trauma and was unsure of what is real or not. Dylan admitted many times she was probably still intoxicated. "I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was really asleep. I like woke up out of nowhere. And I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully." Admittedly, Dylan made statements such as, "I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this was real. I don't know if my mind was doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue." But the investigators told Dylan they only wanted Dylan to focus on what she knew was true. That's the most important. Dylan agreed. After this, Dylan provided the same descriptions with absolutely no variance. Dylan also made it clear the eyebrows are the feature she most clearly remembered. It is evident by the degree of detail she provided about the events leading up, during, and after the crimes that she provided reliable descriptions. Lastly, regarding the length of time between the crime and identification, while there are multiple consistent descriptions, it's not possible for Dylan to provide an identification because the male was completely covered with only nose and eyes visible. After weighing the above factors, the court should hold that under the totality of the circumstances, Dylan's descriptions of the male, especially bushy eyebrows, are reliable and thus admissible. Dylan's statements are relevant and admissible. Defendant argues that evidence of bushy eyebrows is not relevant. That is not the case. Dylan is the only living person who saw the person responsible for the 4 homicides. Her description of this individual, including the bushy eyebrows, has a tendency to make a fact, the identity of the killer, more probable than it would be without the evidence. This fact is of a consequence to determine whether Brian was the same male Dylan saw that night, the person responsible for the homicides. The central question before the jury: this evidence is relevant. What is clear from the defendant's filing is that the defendant does not like this piece of the state's evidence. Dylan's description of male having bushy eyebrows, and therefore would like to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. However, his arguments are without merit. As shown above, Dylan gave consistent descriptions of the male that she saw at the time in question. The most consistent descriptions is that the male had bushy eyebrows. This description is clear, it is not confusing, and therefore will not confuse a jury. The fact this description may or may not implicate the defendant is not a reason to keep this fact from the jury's consideration. It is not reasonable to believe that the jury will convict the defendant based on the status of his kept or unkempt unkept eyebrows. While this fact is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be. It is not unfair. And then 4, Dylan's testimony will be based on her personal knowledge. She'll testify based on a recollection of what she observed. And then she's competent to testify. She takes another run at challenging, or the defendant next takes another run at challenging Dylan's competency to testify. Every person is competent to testify except persons whom the court finds are incapable of receiving just impressions of the facts about which they are examined or relating to them accurately. And this is just kind of repeating. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Should she be allowed to talk about the bushy eyebrows? Mute. Oh my God, I'm on mute. Wait, was I on mute the whole time I was reading that? I'm confused because what did that just go on mute its whole time, like by itself? Why would I have muted it then? I don't feel like I would have just muted it right there. That's weird. Oh wait, I didn't even hold on. Hold on, guys. I didn't scroll down to the picture. Oh my God, that's the whole thing. Yeah, that's where the pit. Duh. Oh my lordy, I stopped. So they're showing that this is a part of, like, look, this was him hours after the murder. They could show the jury this, and they could decide if they think he has bushy eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? Dylan saw somebody with bushy eyebrows. You decide. Basically, they're able to decide if they think he has bushy eyebrows. You know, the defendant's like, well, the defendant doesn't have bushy eyebrows. Well, let the jury decide that, you know? If you're right, then the jury's going to see that and be like, oh, it must not be him. He doesn't have bushy eyebrows, you know? But yeah, sorry guys. I don't know. I can't believe I almost forgot to, even though, I mean, we've seen this on videos, but this is the document that it just came out in. So proud. Look, he's like smirking, like, yep, just got her done. So proud. Like, it just makes me, because I do think it's him, and I know there's some people in here that don't, but I do, and I think it's just him to, like, have some kind of memory, and some kind of, like, like he's just like, I don't know. Anyway. What's going on in chat? Oh, hey, Dev. I still have to pick the winners too, guys. Okay. Hey, Trevor. Hope G. Conspiracy therapist. All right. So let me finish playing that one video, and then I'm gonna. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. This is what I was asking when I was on mute. I think I was on mute at this point. What I was saying is, I wanted to still go over the body cams. I think I'm gonna do that in a different video. or I think I might do that tomorrow. Um, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Tomorrow can just be like a body cam live where we go through all the old body cams, and the Linda Lane footage and stuff like that. Because what I might do this after the live tonight. I'll try to organize. Oh, I have one more document to read. The one where it goes over like the map and it shows like all the spots where the video saw the car, which I want to go through that. I didn't have time to do it, where I want to go through that and kind of apply it to some of the videos and body cams and just some of the stuff we have and see if any of the times would be at the time. I'm glad though, the one document it tells you how much each thing is off, like if it's off a minute. And because you guys remember going through the Linda Lane footage, well, at least when I was going through it a couple years ago, I was debating, and I'm sure others were doing the same thing. We're debating like, is this off at all? Because you know how some of the surveillance, it'll be off. Some will be off 10 minutes. Sometimes they're off an hour. And you know what I'm saying? Just a lot of times they're off. Well, there's document tells you what each of the surveillance and stuff, like how much they're off. And Linda Lane's one of them. And Linda Lane isn't off by much. I think it was just a couple minutes. So it's good to know that, because then we could listen to it and put like offsetting the time and then putting it in the exact time of what, we'll know the exact time compared to the time that the cars was spotted and stuff. Okay, so let me play this video, and then I forgot I have that other document, but I want to maybe show some pictures too. All right, here, let's do this. No. Here, there we go.
Murders occurred. And
oh man, why are they gonna have to put so much loud freaking sound? I hate that. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, they're just going to Charles Vallow. Oh, there we go.
It impacted like a lot of people on campus.
Yeah, most people try to like not bring it up because it's a sad subject to bring up upon, but everybody knows what happened and everybody mourns it and everybody's upset about what happened.
We never go to the bathroom
Why that loud music?
alone, never like leave anywhere alone.
No, I hope he gets put in jail or like prison for a while, yeah. And most people here do, like nobody likes him.
Oh my God.
Newly revealed information in the Idaho student murders case is what's trending in true crime this morning. Court documents are revealing more details of the communications done between surviving roommates of these 4 beautiful students who were murdered. The victims, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Now, on the morning they were stabbed to death in their Moscow, Idaho home, there was texting going on, and we previously reported about a little bit of it between Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen. They are their surviving roommates. And we shared with you some of the terrified text messages moments right after the murders took place. But now the defense team wants to bring in more messaging apps to show that these 2 surviving roommates were awake for much of the morning, awake in the house after the murders. They didn't go back to sleep, as many people interested in this case assumed. Investigators believe those homicides took place between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. So there's now more information on both Mortensen's and Funk's social media accounts and their movements, showing what happened later that morning. The defense points to wanting Mortensen and Funk and what they were doing with their phones to come in. And they say that it really points to the time frame. So let's give you a little bit of a look at the interactions. 7:30 a.m., Funk calls her dad. Around 8:05 till all the way to 10.
This is kind of just repeating what I just read. I'm almost thinking maybe we don't need to watch this. It's just going to be going over. I was just going to watch it because I wanted to find something. But this, since we just read that, hold on. I want to play. Hold on, where did I put that? I forgot there was one more view. Oh, I guess that's just a view of Maddie. A pain view entering the. Okay, never mind. I forgot to put that one up. Okay, hold on one second. I want to bring up some. Ooh, let's listen to the county coroner from this case. This is an old video. Let's see. Why is that? There we go.
Kathy, with a C, Mabbutt, Mabbutt.
And I'm going to ask you, how long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing your examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're ruling all 4 deaths homicides?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give us a manner of death? Yeah.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
stabbings.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder suicide or?
No, there are 4 homicides.
4 homicides. Okay. And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes, it's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be, at least in Washington, a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take, if those were relevant, to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them, approximately?
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have any, could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Is there any sort of time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you said the scene was really difficult. I mean, is this something you've had to deal with before in Moscow?
Since I've been coroner, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that I've been involved in. So.
Would you say this is probably the most gruesome?
Oh, it's hard to just single it out. It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene. There have been the other ones have had multiple scenes.
And was anybody else injured, like any non-deceased people?
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't necessarily be notified either.
Okay. I didn't know if that was because the injuries could be similar to you.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Were the deceased all in close proximity to each other, or were they in different rooms?
I don't know that I can discuss that.
That was my next question too. So I think, yeah.
Will we be able to get a copy of your report once it's concluded? I'm sure. It'll be
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just call.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Do you know what the time frame for that will be?
It just depends on how relevant the toxicology report is, but
Okay.
So-
So it was like the 4 to 6 weeks.
it could be.
Why are they zooming into her hands? That's
You're
weird.
welcome. Yeah,
We appreciate it.
sure.
That's weird. She's kind of odd. Like, why? I mean, do you really have to be that secretive? I mean, I guess sometimes you can't talk about things, but I don't know. And she also had done an interview where she said all of them were sleeping, which we see that wasn't accurate either. So it's like, why did she say that? I don't know. Anyway, I found that video in my old files where remember I was telling you Ashley Banfield where she said that she had like there was some kind of source that said that one of them was found in the hallway. I found that video. Do you want to watch it? It says Ethan was in the doorway of Xana's room. Let's watch it. This is an old video. Now we see that probably was not true because supposedly the door was shut. So I don't know here.
Phil, I want to begin with you, if I can. This new information that is coming to us from sources close to the investigation, it really does fly in the face of what the coroner had reported earlier. Is it possible that both things can be true at the same time, what the coroner said and what these sources have said?
Well, good to be back with you, Ashley. Yes, the short answer is yes. When I listened to what the coroner shared, those are very, very general terms, very general comments. So, and now we're talking about specifics. So yes, in the big picture of things, both of those statements are going to be accurate.
And then the notion that Ethan may have made his way partially out into the hallway. Is it possible that maybe the attack began there, but then ended in the bed? And forensically speaking, and I'll get Joseph Scott Morgan to add to this in a moment, they would be able to tell, the murder investigators would be able to tell?
I think so. I had talked about this before, that it's certainly possible that the evildoer, I will not say his name, did not know about Ethan being present in the house. So he is going to be kind of like a Ron Goldman, Nicole Brown situation where he is collateral damage. He has
I'm on mute. Oh my God, I'm on mute. Never mind. I'm not even gonna repeat it. I can't. I guess I can't hear the freaking difference. Hold on. This is not enough. Like I like when I try to look for it, I could hear the difference of it muted and not. But in my head, when I'm talking, it's not enough. What I was saying is maybe okay. So she's saying the attack. She heard the attack started in the hallway. I swear there was something said about like one of them being in the hallway. Do you guys remember that? I thought that it came from her, but I think what I was trying to say, I'm going to do it really quick. I think it definitely started outside the room on Ethan. I mean, I think he ran into him as he was coming down from Maddie and Kaylee. He was coming down and either they were coming into the kitchen or going out. One of them probably they just got DoorDash. They were eating and stuff. And I bet you he just ran into one of them and then followed them back in because they were kind of collateral damage. So yeah, I believe that the attack could have started in the doorway. He had a knife, you know. But I think I think they saw each other outside. That's crazy. It's like, so he goes back and I mean, gosh. Anyway.
To address the fact that he has an unknown present in front of him. So I don't think that he is, when he gets to Ethan and makes that attack, it is certainly possible that he falls back into the bedroom, onto the bed, and then Xana at that point understands that there's something going on. She may already be awake, as Ethan is, and then once he has taken care of Ethan, then he goes after Xana, and she is awake and aware, which gives her the ability to put up a heck of a fight. And unfortunately, of course, it turned out the way it did. So I would say that if the information that you've received is correct, is accurate, that it certainly falls in line with.
But how can they be sure it's Ethan? The only way like I could think that they'd be like, oh, Ethan was the one that was like the one that he ran into outside the door is if Ethan was the one on the ground. So if the first person they saw was Ethan, but everybody was seeing Xana first. I feel like when you look in that door, you see Xana because, well, we know from the report too, Xana was on the floor. That was the first thing they saw. So I feel like her source was still wrong because why would they think that? How can they determine, even if Ethan is on the bed, how can they be like the source, no matter even if it was a cop or not? How could they know, like, oh, Ethan, he saw Ethan out there? Like, what? What do you mean? How do you know? How is him being on the bed and Xana on the floor mean that the person he ran into was Ethan? Nobody's alive. You know what I'm saying? He's not alive to say that it was Ethan. So I don't understand. No source would even know that. I'm just confused. Like I said, I could only see that if Ethan was like maybe by the door on the floor, but it sounds like more Xana was. So I don't know. I don't get what the source is. I still think that's just a weird thing to even say because there's no way to know that.
With what we were told in very general terms at the beginning of this, and then what the evidence, as far as I was concerned, had led me to speculate on. So yes.
So Joseph Scott Morgan, I was trying to be as
no, Melly. I know Ethan was in the room, but what I'm saying is they're saying that there's a source that they know that Ethan was the one that he ran into out in the hallway. But how there'd be no way to tell that because if anything, you would probably insinuate Xana was, but I don't think you could even tell because there would have been they were awake, so they moved around. I mean, you never know. But yeah, I'm thinking either Ethan was on the bed or maybe on the other side of the bed, or even on either side of the bed. I could see that. And then Xana just like at the foot of the bed. So that's where when people first go in there, that's what they see first is Xana. Yeah.
as tender as possible with the coroner in asking the nature of this is before we ever knew anything about the nature of the stabbings. And I asked if any of the victims had been slashed. And she seemed to be very clear that these were all stab wounds. But these sources are saying that, Ethan had been slashed, that his neck had been slashed, and that was the original injury he received. I guess the same question for you. Can those two things still be true? Can a coroner consider a slash a stab?
If her assessment was made merely by what she saw at the scene, I'd say, yeah, they could be true. Those two things could be true.
Well, I'll stop you right there. I asked her that. I said, were you present for the autopsies? And she said, yes.
No, I said at the scene. If she made that assessment at the scene, just to be very blunt with you, these injuries are going to be encrusted with blood. It's hard to make that assessment at the scene. However, if she went to the post, this would have been easily visualized at that point in time. And not only is the injury to the neck a slash, allegedly, according to this person, but these injuries that you're talking about on the hands, these are going to be incised wounds as well. Not necessarily slashes, but this is as a result of grabbing hold of the blade and pulling it through the hand. These are not stab wounds. I can tell you that definitively based upon my experience. So, yeah, there probably are some stab wounds, but that information is you need more clarity here as to what she's saying. And that's, I guess at the end of the day, it's not really the point. I would draw into question what kind of exam was conducted on site at the scene. I've always wondered, when did she actually get access to the bodies, and how much exposure did she have to the remains that she would have had to have traveled to Spokane to view those posts, because that's where they were done.
Well, I'll tell you what, I did ask because I know that so much of the reports come in from not only the scene and the logistics of the scene, but also what the medical examiner is able to determine at autopsy. And she said she'd been at both. She was able to confirm the amount of blood in Xana's room was consistent with the injuries that she saw on the scene. So, Phil, I'm going to ask you something that is more about the killer's MO, because Brian Kohberger is alleged to have staked out that home, been there many times. His phone had been there at the late night hours many times. And so one would only reason that he would stake it out that night as well, and that he would know that Xana and Ethan had come home and were there together, as opposed to being surprised by that.
Well, I think that's the great unknown here. So we don't know if he was there staking it out and what that time frame was.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
So I don't know. This was a while ago. I'm just going through my old files. I like watching old, after years pass, and especially there's no trial yet, just to go back and see what they were saying back then. Because sometimes you can get some information now this one was just, I think, what source? Supposedly she had some source that was telling us, which I like actually, but if I have nothing against her. I watch her news stuff. But I don't know, I don't know, sometimes their sources aren't right. Do you remember that Delphi? What's her name? Oh, what was the source? What did she say? It was totally wrong for the Delphi a couple years ago. It's her inside source. What's that lady's name? She had the brown hair with the glasses that works for Core TV. I forget what her name is. Okay, so let me read some chat. Yeah, right. Hey, Delana, how are you? All right, so I still do have one more document, but hold on, let me see what else I have from my old stuff. Oh, remember this? Where supposedly this could be, because we know Brian goes by it the next morning. No, this wouldn't be before the news would be there. Yeah, it would have to be later the next day, because the 911, they weren't called till 11. So I don't know. People saw the white car right here, look, and they thought that was them, whoever the killer driving past.
Does not believe that there is a current ongoing
right there. Could be. I wish I knew what time this was, though. I mean, what time was it? Because would Brian have been in class? Is this what does the lighting look like? Because it obviously can't be at 9, because nobody would even have known about the murder yet. So we know he went back at 9. But I don't know. I forget if they say what time, but everybody thought that this was the white car.
Ongoing threat. People do not.
Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of white cars, so
does not believe that there is a current on.
Sorry, I'm just going through old files. Oh, here's a picture of Xana and wow, look how young they look. This is Xana and Ethan. You know what? That's what I want to find. Hold on, I have it somewhere. They're old, all them doing a little skit where you could kind of see. First of all, you could see them, and then you could see the layout of the house a little bit. Hold on one second. How much? Let me see how long this is. Doesn't say. So here, let's watch this. This is Hunt. Okay, so the guy in the 911 call, this says get out, get out. Let's listen to that real quick together, and then See if I could pick up on anything. I wish I had my AirPods connected. I probably can connect them. See if we could pick out anything else, that 911 call. And then I wanted to play, maybe we could watch just for a little variety, where Hunter, the guy that basically was trying to protect them, get out from seeing their friends like that, where he's at the tribute or whatever you call it. You know, some of the students or some of their friends got up and talked or whatever. I have his in my files we can watch. But let's listen to that 911 call real quick. I'll play. Hold on. I'm gonna hook up my good AirPods real quick, and then just to give a little bit of a break before I read the last document, because the last document's the longest. All right, hold on. I gotta remove this because I gotta reshare my audio. Hold on. So then I can listen to it with some good headphones. Okay. All right, so let me share my screen again, and I'll play. I put it in my YouTube file. Here we go.
(10:22). 911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the light, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out?
Yeah, he does say Xana and Ethan right there, but I feel like by that time he would have been in there and seen that they were gone, because he's obviously sees that it's more than a pass out. I'm trying to think, because it doesn't sound like, I don't know if he's like yelling like wake up type thing, or if he's telling somebody like it's Xana and Ethan. Let me rewind that. So I have a question. Do you think is that Hunter? Is that the same one? Because I know Hunter's the one that says get out, get out. My question is, or is it somebody just going in right at that moment saying Xana and Ethan? I'm just saying Hunter would have already been in there and seen what happened. You see what I'm saying, right? I don't know.
She's not waking up. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started.
Said Xana again. Maybe that is the first time that Hunter's going in. And he goes in, Xana, Ethan, Xana. And then he realizes, and that's when he's like, get out, get out. But I don't know. I don't know his voice well enough to recognize if it's the same guy saying get out, get out. But let's see.
That way. Okay, thank you.
Well, Casey, I know I heard Steve say like he knocked first, hey, but what I'm thinking though, how do they know? So when they started that 911 call, they already knew that she was passed out, not waking up. So once somebody have already been in there, the door would have already, right? And somebody would have already been in, the door had already been open. Or are you telling me they called 911 and still at that point had not opened the door yet? And they were just like knocking, oh, she's passed out, she's not waking up, and it actually had not opened the door until the 911 call says, hey, go check on it. And that's when they first opened the door. See, I was under the impression they were already in there. People were already in there and they told her like she's passed out, call 911. And that's what she's like, she's passed out, she's not waking up. I don't know. I was picturing it that way rather than the door was shut still. Wow. So it could just be another guy just going in there for the first time. I don't know though. And then that guy, that sounds like a guy, right? It sounds like a male to me. I mean, I guess it could be, but like I'm under the impression that Bethany's still holding the phone, right? I don't know. But I mean, somebody, it sounds like whoever that's like hyperventilating, probably like crying and like hyperventilating, that sounds like a male, and it sounds like the phone is like close to their mouth. So does she hand the phone to somebody, some guy, and it's like holding the phone and trying to listen? Or is that Bethany that I don't know. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a guy, but who freaking knows? She could have handed it to somebody and was like, then like went up to the doors trying to see like if she should go in and stuff. She just whispered. What did she just say when she whispered? And that's when Hunter is saying, get out, get out. But hold on, I want to rewind it because it sounds like she just whispered something.
Okay, and how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said?
So yeah, she tries to, what I'm picturing, like she's trying to go in to look for herself. Because remember, when she first goes up there, somebody passed. See, that's another reason I think somebody was already in there. Because remember, when she's going, like, we have to go look, somebody's probably just was in there, saw her, and is like freaking out because seen it. And remember, she's like, what's wrong? Because they're probably reacting to what they saw in the hallway, like coming out or whatever. And she's like, wait, what's wrong? What's wrong? So somebody had to be in there. But of course, they could have just opened the door. Somebody else was in there. And then Hunter went in right after maybe. But remember, say, what's wrong? Like, because that person probably looked like freaked out what they just saw. Wow. So anyway, we hear Hunter say, get out, get out, get out. So yeah, it just makes sense why they're saying passed out. So they're trying to protect her, not saying like, oh my God, this is murder. They know. So they're just like, call 911. Yeah, she's passed out. She's not waking up. Like, just get somebody here. Tell him to get out because he doesn't want her to see her, her friends like that. So Hunter is seeing that it's, what it is. And he's like, get out, get out, get out. Damn. I rewound it. Yeah, I'll rewind it one more time.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November 13th.
Okay. So let's watch. Here is Hunter's little speech he gives for at the memorial that they have. I don't know how long it is. It won't show me how long, but let's just see. Watch a little bit. Where'd it go? Hold on, I gotta find my Idaho. I thought I had it up, but it disappeared. But here we go. Okay, here it is. Whoa.
Hello. My name's Hunter Johnson. Me and Ethan became best friends over the last year and a half we spent at the U of I. And since we became such good friends, I feel honored and privileged to even be able to share who he was to everyone here. I met Ethan during Fall Rush of last year. And if you don't know what Rush looks like for fraternity guys, it's you're coming in as a freshman and you're walking to 10 different fraternity houses and talking to 100 different guys, trying to understand all of them and see if you fit in with them. And I remember he was the first person I talked to during Rush that year, and I knew immediately that he was someone that I wanted to be friends with and someone I wanted to join my house. My first impression of Ethan was some tall, goofy kid that, looked athletic, and he was, because we played a lot of basketball during that time. Unfortunately, the basketball wasn't enough to convince him to join my house, so he ended up going to Sigma Chi, but that didn't mean we weren't going to be friends forever. So one thing he told me, because he told me he was going to join Sigma Chi, he said, if I do that, you better not block me and ghost me on anything. And I couldn't believe he said that, because I just knew I wanted to be friends with him for a long time. He had such an infectious smile and a charismatic personality. And if you knew anything about Xana as well, they were very similar in how they acted together. Me and Ethan shared a lot of memories together. Usually at a party where me and him would be controlling the aux and be singing at the top of our lungs any country music song with 50 other people in there not saying a word, just us singing as loud as we could. Some of my other favorite memories that I had with Ethan also included Xana, and those were the times we spent on the golf course. Me, Ethan, Xana, and Emily, we went a lot over the summer and before summer. And you knew it was going to be a good time when we went golfing, when we had more drinks in our bag than we did golf balls. And we usually had to send Xana and Emily to go throughout the forest to look for more golf balls for us because we ended up losing so many. If you knew Ethan, he was never angry about anything. He would never get upset. You couldn't upset him ever. And one time we went to play 18 holes, and he wanted to bet money every hole, $2 every hole. If you won the hole, you got $2. If you tied, you didn't get it, it just turned to $4 the next hole. And I remember he won the first hole. He whooped me, actually, that first hole, and I remember him being so happy, and he was pretty confident going up to the next hole. Unfortunately for Ethan, I ended up winning the next 17 holes. If you also knew Ethan, you knew he wasn't great with money. And so it wasn't a great feeling when I had to come up to him and ask for the $34 he owed me after the rounds, because he would ask me to get him drinks every week. He'd say, "Hunter, I need some Bud Light Limes. Can you go to the store and get me some?" And I was like, "Yeah, Ethan, I'd love to, after you pay me back for the last 2 weeks that I got you Bud Light Limes." So yeah, as you suspect, I never got those $34. Ethan was always someone you could count on to make you smile and cheer up your mood. Everybody loved him and his beautiful mustache he had, and I feel so lucky to have shared so many great memories with him. I'm gonna miss our favorite Moana songs we would sing together. Me visiting you and Xana at your parents' house with Emily, and you guys also coming to my cabin and hanging out with my family, and watching you carry all of your drinks in a garbage bag when you walked into a party. I know we're all gonna miss these. I love you so much, E and Xana. Thank you.
Perfect timing. My audio went out in my headphones, so I was like, perfect timing. Oh, shoot. I was listening to it on my phone, as you could hear. All right, hold on. Oh, thank you, Whit. I also covered it a couple years ago when it first came out. I have a playlist. You guys want to check it out, but I'm back on it again because of the new stuff coming out. But thank you so much. Oh, yay! 1 full year. Oh. What is today's date? Yeah, it would be. Oh, cool. I've known you for a year. Okay. Nat. Okay, so let me go through that next document real quick. So at least going in tomorrow, all the documents will be read. Well, not all of them. There's like 40 of them, but all the ones I wanted to read will be read, and we can concentrate on the videos. Yeah, it was kind of odd speech, but you know what? I probably couldn't do any better. I'm horrible at that kind of stuff. I really, I'm not good at like writing like that, and I'd be so nervous to do. Oh, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And plus, he's a guy. I don't know. I mean, he's a guy, so they're not that. Oh wait, don't take that the wrong way, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. I really don't. But let me bring up the other document. But let me reshare this again because my audio is gonna be done because it went out. So I'm gonna reshare it on my other audio. That's what I have to do. I want to pick the winners. Do you guys want me to pick the winners before I announce or before I read the last document for the giveaway? The only thing is hold on, let me play a video because I have to enter the names in. So let's play a video. Let me find a video to play while I get that ready. So you guys aren't just sitting there listening to me or watching me like do it. Hold on. 1 second. Let's play hold on. I had a couple of videos last time I didn't get to play. I'm going to save the body cams. It'll be body cam day tomorrow. Well, body cam and surveillance cam. Let's do this. Right here. It's 7 shocking new updates in Brian Kohberger death penalty. I might not watch it all, but I'll play it while I am getting my the giveaway. I'm putting the names in the wheel, the wheel of names. Okay, here we go.
Court ought to strike the death penalty in this case and not allow the case to go forward as a death penalty case.
Brian Kohberger making another pitch to strike.
Oh, I guess it is her. Why did I think it was? Oh, well.
The death penalty, this time citing autism spectrum disorder, and the defense doesn't want the word psychopath used at trial as prosecutors try to bar him from presenting his partial alibi or accusing other people of the crime. I have the details in motions just filed. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. It's been a busy week in Brian Kohberger's case as his attorneys and prosecutors get ready for trial by filing a flurry of new motions. Kohberger could be put to death if he's convicted of murdering 4 University of Idaho students. His attorneys have said he's innocent, and they've tried unsuccessfully to get DNA evidence and much of the other evidence collected against him thrown out. But prosecutors say they have the goods on Kohberger. They say he murdered Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle in a home off campus in November of 2022. All 4 students were stabbed to death, some as they slept. Now let's say Kohberger is convicted and the jury finds he should be sentenced to death. The firing squad is now an option in Idaho. Kohberger's lawyers have already tried once to have the death penalty removed as a possible punishment. Here's his attorney, Ann Taylor, last year.
The firing squad ended up on the books because of the difficulty obtaining the drugs to kill somebody. That's why the firing squad came back. Idaho brings it back in 2023. They bring it back because it's not reliable to believe they're always going to be able to get the chemicals to execute somebody. And that's the real problem here. The firing squad hasn't been funded well enough to be built.
I think they're building it right now, as I recall, from the media at least, that the construction's actually underway, but I may be wrong about that.
Well, I haven't talked to the director of the Department of Corrections, and that's probably who I would take my word from if that's actually happening right now. I think there's some additional problems with the firing squad, though. I think there's some problems with the way our statute lays it out, too.
Judge Hippler denied the request to strike the death penalty, and that wasn't a surprise. But now the defense is taking another swing at striking the death penalty. The defense has filed a motion to strike the death penalty, citing autism spectrum disorder. But the exhibits attached to the motion are sealed, like many of the other documents in the case. Now, this is the first time we've heard anything about Brian Kohberger possibly being on the autism spectrum, which includes Asperger's syndrome.
Oh, 1 second. I gotta move this. I took a screenshot of, okay, it was gonna pop up over there. You guys, so those of you guys that are gonna be entered in the giveaway, I'm putting in the names now. So if you contributed to any of the three goals from the 3 different lives, you're gonna be entered. And depending on how many you did, you'll have a name in for each time you did the super chats. Okay.
The defense is also asking for permission to file other motions to strike the death penalty. So they're not giving up this fight, not buying a long shot. And get this, prosecutors are asking to bar the defense from presenting neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. Now, a lot of the documents, as I mentioned, are sealed in this case, but the prosecution says they're doing this in response to witnesses the defense wants to call. Remember, Idaho doesn't have an insanity defense. Prosecutors cite a statute which provides that mental condition shall not be a defense to any charge of criminal conduct, except expert evidence on the issues of any state of mind, which is an element of the case. Now, pretty interesting, because the defense apparently wants to call those witnesses into response to witnesses the prosecutors want to call. The defense had written, testimony is not intended to be a mental element defense pursuant to Idaho Code 18-207, but rather, this testimony is about state of mind as well as factual defense testimony to anticipated testimony elicited by the state. Now, I think this may have to do with testimony that prosecutors want to present about what was going on with Brian Kohberger in his life at the time that these murders were committed. There have been reports that things were not going well for him with his teaching assistant position at Washington State University. We'll see at trial. But another thing that caught my eye, the defense has filed a motion asking the judge to bar the use of the word psychopath or sociopath at trial. That might come in during the penalty phase. More on that later. Now, remember when the house on King Road was torn down? Kaylee Goncalves' family was incredibly upset. They were worried that it would be needed for trial and that the home was torn down prematurely. But the defense and the prosecution both agreed the house would not be needed for trial and signed off on the university tearing the house down. So the house came down in December of 2023. The house had a really odd layout. So prosecutors are asking the judge to allow them to show the jury a 3D model of the house. They write, this model will consist of 3 levels, which can be removed by level to show the interior layout of the residence. The interior layout will depict wall and doors placements, i.e. no furniture, human depictions, etc. The model will be placed on a rolling table for portability within the courtroom, can be placed out of the way when not in use. This model is being constructed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation based on depictions, documentation, and measurements taken at the scene prior to demolition of the 1122 King Road residence. Now remember, the feds had gone back to the house to measure it. Prosecutors continue. The primary purpose of this model is to aid the jury in having a better understanding of the layout of the residence, which is unconventional, and to illustrate where certain events occurred within the residence. The model will aid certain witnesses, i.e. law enforcement, surviving roommates, individuals responding to the crime scene, and crime scene analysts in demonstrating the location of victims, location of witnesses, location of items of evidence, items related to their testimony, path of travel, etc. The state anticipates laying the proper foundation to establish the model accurately reflects the layout of the 1122 King Road residence. The world can be a really scary and unpredictable place, and that's why having a great lawyer really matters. And that's where Morgan begins. His defense may want to point the finger at other suspects, but prosecutors don't want that happening. Kohberger's lawyers have already brought up 2 unknown DNA profiles found at the King Road house. We've told you about this before. At a recent hearing, Ann Taylor asked the lead detective, if I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the 2nd and the 1st floor, does that help jog your memory when asking him about it? So there was a blood spot on a handrail and male DNA found on gloves outside the house. The defense has brought these up a couple of times. Prosecutors are asking the judge to bar evidence about alternative suspects. Prosecutors write, The Idaho Supreme Court noted the trial court must first consider and determine whether the proffered evidence is relevant. The second step is to determine whether the probative value of the proffered evidence is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Prosecutors do not want Kohberger using the "some other dude did it" defense. They write, in this case, during the course of the investigation, literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement. With the exception of information regarding the defendant, none of these tips were substantiated. The state submits that any attempt by the defendant to offer or argue an alternative perpetrator theory without evidence specifically connecting persons other than the defendant to the homicides would do nothing more than mislead and confuse the jury, and would also result in undue delay, waste of time, would be a needless presentation of cumulative evidence, and unfairly prejudice the state. Under the Idaho Supreme Court's ruling in Meister, this should be prohibited. The prosecution is also asking Judge Hippler to bar the defense from presenting their alibi at trial. You know, the one where he was out driving west of Moscow, including visiting Wawawe Park. The prosecutor writes, the defendant has yet to specify the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense, and the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi, as directed by the February 23, 2024 order setting deadlines and hearing, and as discussed in the state's April 26, 2024 response to notice of defendant's supplemental response to state's alibi demand. So there is a lot to talk about, and to do that, I want to bring in Philip Dubé. He has worked as court-appointed counsel in Los Angeles County. Philip, there have been a lot of motions in limine filed to address issues at trial, and I want to start with this first one about the state basically saying Brian Kohberger.
Real quick. Oh, thanks, Delana. 50 months. Whoa, that's a lot. How many years is that? Like over 4 years. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. What else we got? Whit James. I did thank you already. Thank you again. Melissa Zapp, Delana just celebrated 50 months. Cool. Yep, I got it. And you did 9 months. And then Melissa, good luck to everyone. Last shout out to Delana for 50 months. Celebrate. Seriously, though, I never seen 50 months ever. I know, right? I don't know if I should play the rest of this or not. I probably won't play it all. I mean, it's kind of interesting, though.
This alibi he's presenting that he's at this park and he's driving around. Not really an alibi. And so Judge Hippler should tell them they can't present this at trial. Your thoughts on this?
Well, it's a little complicated, and I'll tell you, obviously he wants the jury to know that he was elsewhere at the time of the crime, that he was either praying and chanting and sitting in a lotus position, maybe doing Pilates stretches, looking at the stars, as opposed to slitting poor students' throats, okay? And that might be true. Let's give him that. The problem is you have to disclose that upon a discovery request from the prosecution early. You can't just wait to the 11th hour. And there are reciprocal rules of discovery in the state of Idaho that require the defense to turn over all the facts surrounding the alibi, any witnesses who can corroborate it, any physical or circumstantial evidence or digital evidence that you might have. If you don't turn it over, it deprives the state of its ability to investigate it and to rebut it. The remedy is discretionary exclusion by the judge. So in theory, Judge Hippler could just say, you know what, you didn't turn this over, knock off this gamesmanship. There is now a doomsday sanction for this type of gamesmanship, and that is exclusion. So move on to your next defense theory. It's not going to be alibi. Now, on the other hand, you never want to deprive a defendant of a defense. And it is discretionary for a reason. There may be legitimate, good cause reasons why the defense did not turn it over. It could be that they were waiting for the prosecution to provide them with really important probative evidence to prove his whereabouts that they could not get on their own through the subpoena power. And it could be that the prosecution was dilatory or lollygagging and not getting it to the defense to show that he in fact has an alibi. But if that is the case, the prosecution had it all along. So they really can't cry foul if the very evidence that they need to refute the alibi was already in their possession.
Well, the defense has accused the state many times of multiple discovery violations. They want to strike the death penalty because of that again. So they've made many of these arguments. But they're saying, the state is saying, look, you missed your deadline and you haven't given us any witnesses. You haven't met the code requirements for presenting an alibi. So Hippler seems like he doesn't really put up with any type of nonsense. So do you see him saying, basically put up or shut up to the defense?
Okay, do you guys want to put a one if you want to watch? Do you guys want to watch the rest of this, or should we do the names and then finish the document? Yeah, let's just do the names because I don't know. I wasn't planning on watching all. I was just watching it because I needed something to play while I pick the names. Oh, whoa. Okay, you guys ready? We pick 2 names. Hold on. Okay. You ready, guys? Good luck, everybody. We're going to pick 2. All right, hold on. Let me put it over here. I got everybody's name. Okay. Good luck, oh, wait, did I add Simi? Yeah, I got a Simi because Sarah wanted me to add Simi because, okay. For her turn. All right. 2 times. And I put everybody that did it twice or 3 times. You're on there as many times as you did it. Slow Morrison, I think you have the most. You did it 3 times. Then we have KV twice, MBR twice. Okay, you ready? Oh, wait. I thought I shared my screen. Oh, my Lord. Here it is. I was pointing to it, thinking that you guys seen it. So we got slow. We got, well, everybody's on there. So we're going to pick 2. I wish it was a little bit bigger, but can you guys see it? Okay, hold on. There we go. Well, now you can't see all of them on there. But I just wanted to show you everybody's on there. I just increased it. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Oh, wait. The first one will be the Amazon, since that's the first one that I offered. So this is for the Amazon. Amazon winner. Melissa B. I think. Yes, congrats. I don't know if you're here, Melissa. If you are, email me. I'll post the winners in community post because I have to know how to send it to you. So if you guys win, email me so I have your address. Okay. Are you here, Melissa? All right, here's the one for the $25 Starbucks. You ready? Ah! Oh, Elvin Summer Moon. Are you here? You're usually here. Maybe it's late. Melissa B, are you here? Oh, yes, you are, Melissa. Yay. I like when they're here. I mean, I just like when the winners are actually here and they get to see it. But yay, Melissa. Is Elvin here? Elvin's usually here, but I don't know if this where it's kind of late, so she might not be here this late. Elvin. I actually know how to get a hold of Elvin, so I could email her. But Melissa, email me so I have your address to send it to you. Congrats, guys. I'm going to do this more often. I'm going to do it kind of regularly. I can't say that word that good. Regularly. To give back, to do kind of like gift card or giveaways. Okay, cool. Email. Oh, yeah. Megan, there's my email. Email me your address and then I'll send it to you. Is Elvin here? Hey, Pink. Elvin. Like I said, I do have Elvin's email, so I'll email her, but just want to make sure she's not here. If she is, I want to congratulate her. But congratulations, Melissa. All right, cool. That was fun. Now let's get to that last document. You ready, guys? We got it it's good to take like a big break. Now reading won't be that much because this is the longest one, I think, out of all of them. I could be wrong, but I don't know why I'm thinking this is the longest one. Let's see. Let me bring it up. All right. Did I? Wait, I did. Oh, I guess I had 2 more, but I could save I didn't. There was 2 more that I had to read. Oh, well. Let's just do this and then we'll see where it takes us. It is the longest one, 51. I was remembering right. Let me exit out of this. Oh, let me exit out of that. Let me exit out of that. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let me take a sip of this. I swear I've seen her. I mean, I think she was in the last live, right? I'm pretty sure. Well, yeah, because she entered, so it was either the last 2 ones that I did it. But she is usually here, but I could see it being late. Sometimes when it's really late, she might not be. Honeycomb, I love that cereal. I love the honeycomb though. I ordered like a honeycomb and ate it. Oh my God, a couple years ago with, like the wax and stuff. Oh my God, it's so good. So good. But I ordered like, I think 2 or 3 different kinds and I was eating it. I ate it a few times. And then the one time I ate it, I had like almost it felt like like kind of an allergic reaction type, but it wasn't really severe, but it just felt like my throat was kind of itchy. And it felt like a minor case of what I think that would feel like. And then I was reading how like the bees could have something where that could be like, I mean, you could definitely be more like allergic to it. Obviously you could be allergic to anything, but maybe that part, like certain parts had more of like the whatever, what's the word for it in it? So it kind of freaked me out to eat anymore, even though it wasn't like a major, but it was just like kind of minor. But so I haven't eaten it since. I think I gave the rest to my brother, but I love, like, I'm talking about like the honeycomb. I have honey every day. I put honey on everything, but the actual honeycomb, I like ordered it and so good. You chew it and like either you spit out the wax or sometimes I swallowed it, depending if it's like a little bit, you could swallow it, but there's like more calories if you swallow. So sometimes I just chew it and like spit it out. It's so good. Anyway, I don't know why I'm going on about that, but I love honeycomb cereal too. Have you ever had honeycomb? Oh, bye, conspiracy therapist. I know I should do it again because it must have just been, I think I ate it, like I ate it the one time I had that reaction and I was like, I'll give it another try. And I think I ate it a couple more times and I still had that little reaction. But like the first, like I ate it a bunch, but not a bunch, but I ate like quite a few times before that on the same, like I had like different batches. I'd eat, oh, let me try this one or whatever. And I didn't. So I wonder if it was just like that part of it had more of something in it, and it just kind of scared me, but I might order some more. So freaking good. It's like, I don't know. I can't describe it because that texture too, like when you chew it, it's just like, and that's the sound of it is so good. I'm weird. Okay, let's read this. I thought I had this shared. Okay. So make and model of suspect vehicle. It is so delicious. I'll try it again. It just kind of scared me because like it just felt like I was having an allergic reaction. What would you do? Like isn't it honeycomb? Wouldn't there be like some parts have more of whatever? Like it could have more something. what was it that I read? There's a certain thing that I'm thinking of that they say like you could have allergic reaction to something. Help me out, guys. Because I looked into it when I had that to see. All right, so here we go. Facts. November 13th, 2022, Moscow Police Department responded to 1122 King Road. Investigators found 4 deceased individuals who died from apparent stab wounds. Investigators canvassed the crime scene area for surveillance footage to identify the person responsible for the homicides. A surviving roommate, Dylan, reported to law enforcement she was woken up around 4 by noises. Investigators were able to obtain surveillance footage from 1112. So remember that the murder house is 1122, but they got surveillance footage from 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of the crime scene. Okay. In addition, or wait, that video surveillance picked up audio of voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. So question, those of you that's been like following this and continuing since it happened, do you guys remember that one audio that came out that they said they thought like it like went around that it was it, like it was that the whimper, and there that everything was in it, a whimper, there was a thud, there was a dog barking. And then I remember going through it, like I was analyzing and going through it on a live, and I think I might have made a video. But then I remember hearing that it was fake. Does anybody know whatever? Did that come out that that was fake or that was real? I'm not talking about that one that was fake. That one guy put it out. I'm not going to name any names, but I'm not talking about that one. There was that other one where that's all we heard is like a little whimper, a thud, and then the dog barking. Was that fake or not? That's not the one I'm talking about, Casey. There was another one. That one was the one that there was like screaming or whatever, right? I thought that one was something different. Right? I swear this is a different one. Because there was a couple, I think there was 2 things that supposedly came out, and I don't know, I could be wrong. But that's the one, Casey, the one you're talking about is the one that I was just talking about, that I didn't think that was that one. Because I thought that one had like the screaming and the argument. Wasn't it? Wasn't that like 2 people arguing on that one? Anyway, okay. But who knows? So in addition, a dog can be heard barking at 4:17 a.m. Well, that'll be interesting, in the trial. I'm sure they're going to play that to see if, they're going to let us see the trial. Do we know if we're going to be able to watch it? Are they letting videos in? Anybody that's been following it? I don't know if I don't even know if they decided yet. Dylan reported around this time she saw an unknown male in the residence walking towards the rear exit of the residence. The 112 King Road video shows a white sedan entering the crime scene area at 4:04 a.m. This same white sedan is seen departing the crime scene area at 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Based on this information, investigators focused on identifying the make and model of the white sedan. Hereafter, suspect or questioned vehicle seen on the 1112 King Road surveillance. The suspect vehicle was seen on 1112 King Road surveillance prior to the homicides. Suspect vehicle makes 3 initial passes by crime scene before entering a 4th and final time. At 3:30 a.m., 3:33 a.m., 3:38 a.m., 3:40 a.m., 3:56 a.m., and 3:58 a.m., and then at 4:04 a.m. But I like how they map it out and show you. That's another thing that either I'll do it tomorrow. I wanted to get it ready. I didn't have time to do everything today, but I wanted to get some stuff like mapped out too. So maybe we'll do 3 videos. Kind of back to back, 3 different lives of the Idaho, if I could get that stuff done. Anyway, video surveillance capturing the suspect's vehicle was collected at additional places near the crime scene prior to the homicides. 1311 South Main Street, also known as Sunset Mart, Sunset Mart. Oh, it is Sunset Mart. Why when I said that it sounded weird? I felt like I said it wrong. That was weird. But that's 0.6 miles from the crime scene at 328, 1125 Ridge Road, 0.4 miles from the crime scene at 2:30 or at 3:29 a.m. and 4:01 a.m. 1320 Linda Lane is 0.2 miles from the crime scene at 3:29 a.m. 1330 Linda Lane is 0.3 miles from the crime scene at 3:30 a.m., 3:39 a.m., 3:56 a.m., 4:05 a.m., and 4:07 a.m. That is the footage we have is the Linda Lane ones. So I think what happened is somebody, the person, like the complex, the apartment complex, I think ended up, didn't they release it to somebody and they shouldn't have? So they released it and made it public. Like they put it out on a YouTube channel and then everybody grabbed it or whatever. But of course, all the other ones, I mean, nobody else, I mean, I don't think anybody else has it. Do they have it? I think there might be another one. Is there another one people have? I know they have the 2 views on Linda Lane, but the thing is the other ones, you know, they haven't released, like they haven't released them officially through law enforcement. It was just like accidentally released, I guess. I don't know if you call it an accident, but somebody was able to get a hold of it and released it. Which is good for us because we get to like listen and see if we could find anything. But yeah, they officially haven't got released. So it's these 2. So the whole thing is you'll see how they show like any of the ones, like the timing and how much they're off, which is very helpful. I'm glad they did that. Anyway, so 451 Paradise Drive, 0.6 miles is 3:35 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. FBI report of Special Agent Rob Hill, pages 1 to 10 attached states exhibit, Google Maps, 5 pages attached to states exhibit. Investigators were able to review those videos and determine the route of travel. It says forensic examiner Anthony Emmel. Investigators provided video footage to the FBI to determine the year, make, and model of the suspect vehicle on 1112 King Road surveillance. Says forensic examiner Anthony reviewed multiple videos and still images. According to Emmel's report, the multiple submissions of the media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the questioned vehicle, make, model, and year. FBI report of Special Agent Anthony Emmel attached a state exhibit. S4. Of those videos, the 1125 Ridge Road video provided a clear view of the suspect vehicle. Make, model, chart number 3 attached. Emmel was able to compare this video to the video from 1112 King Road. This video was captured at 4:01 a.m., approximately 3 minutes prior to the suspect vehicle entering the crime scene at 4:04 a.m. Regarding the questioned vehicle, the vehicle on the 1112 King Road surveillance, Emmel's opinion is the questioned vehicle shares similar class characteristics with a 5th generation Hyundai Elantra between 2014 to 2016. The similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, the overall body style, window configuration, front grille configuration, headlight shape, side trim, rear brake light configuration, rear license plate position, rear bumper position, the position of the rear bumper reflector, and the shape of the fog lights assisted in narrowing the vehicle in year span. Emmel reports at page 2 and 3, a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra was registered to the defendant at the time of the homicides. Now remember, originally they said it was a white Hyundai Elantra between the years, I forget what year they started at, but up to year 2013, I think, right? They didn't go as far as what his is, which is a 2015. So a lot of people had an issue with that. Like they just changed it to fit. But I mean, if you look at the 2 years, there's only like minimal differences. But then some people argue, well, if he was an expert, he should have known that. I don't understand why they didn't just, if there are minimal, like if they look very similar, why didn't they just open up the years when they said, hey, we're looking for this car, and like open up those years to 2016 if it's that similar. So I mean, it sucks because that's, people hang on to that, and that's one of the big things that people used to say, you know, like it's not his car. He's, you know, he's innocent. It's not his car because it's a 2015. They didn't say 2015 originally. Anyway, so yeah. All right. So the state's expert regarding vehicle identification, Anthony should be allowed to explain to the jury his opinion that the suspect vehicle on 1112 King Road surveillance shares similar characteristics to a fifth generation Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2015. The suspect vehicle was identified from the surveillance footage from the area of the crime scene. The defendant claims that the suspect vehicle was not identified from surveillance footage in the area of 1122 King Road. This is simply not true. As stated in Emil's report, multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. The suspect vehicle was picked up on multiple occasions at least 6 separate locations, all within 0.6 miles from the crime scene, immediately preceding the crimes, i.e. less than 1 hour, as indicated below. So, they're trying to argue that they only identified it by one surveillance, and then they kind of just like, oh, so that means this is that same car in all of these, and the one that is at the crime scene, which would be the 1122. Shouldn't that be 111? I don't know, but yeah. So they say that's not the one that they were able to identify. This is what the defense is saying. So therefore, you can't just be like, oh, you identify it in this one, so that means that this one is the one by the crime scene. Like they're arguing you can't do that. You identified it only by the one. You can't like just say that that's the same car. Now this is the state's argument back, basically, right? So it says, I already read all that. Okay. So yeah, they're saying the suspect vehicle was picked up on multiple occasions at like 6 separate locations, all within 0.6 miles from the crime scene, immediately preceding the crimes, less than 1 hour. So I'm going to go through this more in depth in another video by using like, you know, other videos and stuff, but I didn't have time to put it together. But yeah, I like how they have this. So it'll be easy to kind of go through stuff knowing like where, okay, so what times they got what, right? Oh man, this stuff. Anything car. Look, I see how sometimes it's happening. My arm just muted it and I touched it barely. I just went like barely touched it. It muted it. I'm glad I saw that though. So that's, I mean, I think that happens sometimes. Okay. So this is where it is kind of arcade. Okay, yeah, this is the sorry, I'm trying to look at the map and remember. Because this is the road, the surveillance that it picked up on. This is Linda Lane. Yeah, okay. So I gotta like refresh on all the. I had this, dude. I did a video where I had everything like mapped out so good, and then the one I remember I did another video that took me so long with like I found this web page that showed like the the different towers and how much it covered, and I had done a video like so in depth, and it took me so long to get it all ready, and then there was one little detail that I screwed up on, so I took it down. And since I stopped covering the case, I never like fixed it and put it back up. All that work that went into it. I'm gonna have to find that and try to finish it and correct that little mistake I had. I was so mad at myself. All the work and anyway, yeah, I'm gonna definitely go through all this. I like how they did that. Okay, the video captures footage in the middle of the night from 3:35 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. When there is a light vehicle traffic, especially in Moscow, from the review of the surveillance videos, investigators were able to determine the suspect's vehicle's path of travel based on the witness direction of travel associated with the timestamps. from the review of the 1125 Ridge Road video, which admittedly provides the best view of the suspect vehicle, investigators were able to determine that the suspect vehicle shared similar class characteristics to the fifth generation Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2015. This video was taken at 4:01 a.m., approximately 3.3 miles from the crime scene. So the 1125 Ridge Road surveillance and the other video surveillance. So based on those two video surveillances, or based on the 1125 and other video surveillance, investigators can determine the suspect's path of travel as follows. Okay. So they're showing the path. So crime scene right here. So this is where one of the surveillance was. So remember the house is here, so it's like right beside it. Remember when we were looking at this drone and then when Brian went past on the road. So it's like, remember what I said was the front door, it'd be to the left of it. What I thought the front door would consider, they probably consider front door something else. But to the left of that, they had the surveillance. So they're saying at 4:01 a.m., he drove like up here, right here. Okay, let's see. It approximately takes 3 minutes to travel from 1125 to 1112 King Road. A logical application means the vehicle with characteristic of a fifth generation Hyundai Elantra is the same vehicle on the 1112 King Road camera at 4:04 a.m. So they're saying this one, it takes 3 minutes to drive from to here to here. It's a logical application means. I mean, I don't know. Oh, because they're seeing. I was going to say I don't know how they didn't. I don't know how they know if he didn't go this way, but because they probably on the surveillance they see which way he was traveling. He was traveling this way, and the logical explanation would be he went here because of how long it would take to get from here to here. This is the path that he would probably have taken. Okay. The same line of reasoning can be applied to the other surveillance videos. The state should be able to introduce all video surveillance surrounding the crime scene preceding the homicides. The state's expert should be able to opine based on his analysis and the surrounding circumstances that the surveillance is picking up the same suspect vehicle, which he identified as sharing the same characteristics as a 2014 fifth generation Hyundai Elantra. 2, there does not need to be a continuous footage for this evidence to be admissible. Defendant argues there is no continuous footage linking the vehicle at the 1112 King Road footage and that from Ridge Road. Defendant's motion page at 3. Wait, defendant's motion. I'm going to skip that. That's why I didn't highlight it. Okay, so defendant's argument appears to suggest that because every single business and residence surrounding the crime scene did not have video surveillance, the state should be precluded from introducing this evidence. This is illogical. As argued above, the state should be able to introduce all captured video surveillance surrounding the crime scene preceding the homicides. The state's expert should be able to opine based on his analysis and the surrounding circumstances that the surveillance is picking up the same suspect vehicle, which he identified as sharing the same characteristic as a 2014-2015 fifth generation Hyundai Elantra. This opinion would not be speculative as argued, but instead based on logical educated inferences from review of the surveillance videos, including observed traffic flow, direction of travel, and timestamps. 3, the identification of the suspect vehicle is relevant and admissible. As the court has seen in the defendant's other filings, the defendant tends to label bad evidence for the defendant as irrelevant and asks this court to prohibit the state from introducing it. Huh. Right, that is not the rule. Under Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, evidence is relevant if it has the tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And the fact is, of consequence in determining the action. The evidence is clearly relevant as the defendant owned a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at the time of the homicides. Defendant argues pursuant to IRE 403. This relevant evidence should be excluded. The defendant fails to show how this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading, would cause delay, waste time, or be cumulative, much less than the evidence probative value is substantially outweighed by such. While this evidence is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be. It is not unfair. The state anticipates Mr. Immel will testify in accordance with his expert opinion at trial. The state anticipates other state witnesses will refer to the vehicle identified on the surveillance footage as a white sedan or like language. The jury, the fact finder, should be able to hear Mr. Immel's opinion regarding the make and model of the suspect vehicle. Weigh this information with other testimony or evidence admitted, including the area video surveillance special agent Hill. Wait, I read that wrong. Including the aerial video surveillance. Special Agent Hill's testimony, as well as what is offered by the defendant. Then decide if they believe the vehicle on 1112 King Road video and other surveillance footage is a 2014-15 Hyundai Elantra. They will use this information to ultimately determine if this is the same vehicle was defendant's Hyundai Elantra. Yeah, let them decide. Show them the evidence and say, hey, this is what we infer, and then let them decide if they think that they're correct. In conclusion, the state respectfully requests this deny the defendant's motion and rule that the state's expert, Anthony Immel, is allowed to testify at trial in accordance with the state's expert disclosure, which includes the opinion that the vehicle captured on the 1112 King Road video shares similar class characteristics of fifth generation Hyundai. Oh, this isn't long. This is short. This was only 10 pages because the rest is the old documents. Yeah. The exhibit statement of Brett Payne. This is I do want to read through these again, but it's old stuff, so I'll just do it to refresh myself, like privately. But okay, cool. So actually, hold on. Oh, thanks, Honeycomb. Thank you. Your broski? Who's your broski, Melissa? Broski. Well, hi, broski. Well, that was what, 8 minutes ago. You might have already called it a night. Wait, what do you mean? What am I talking about? Was I not making sense? When I was reading? I don't know. Probably. Yeah, I know. But I'm wondering who is her brother. That's what I was kind of wondering, like, who is it? So I could give her a shout out to him. What's your brother's name? And is he in chat? But they're probably already gone. Because that was like 8 minutes ago. Itchy. Okay. Well, since I got done with that so quick, oh, I got an email. Let me see this. Oh, cool. I got your email for the Amazon card winner. Cool. Cool. I'll get it sent out. Yay. Congrats. Now email Elvin. Let me see how long the other one is. So therefore, since that one was shorter than I saw it, I could just bust out the other one real quick. This one, let's see. Neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. I thought this was interesting because it lays out like stuff about him. I know I had read another one about the autistic stuff, but I don't know. I felt like this was pretty, going through all those, this is one of the more interesting ones. Are the 5 that I picked out, but all right. Let's see here, guys. Let's read a little bit of it, maybe. I don't know if I'll get it to all of it, but let's just. The state objects to the proposed testimony of Rachel. Okay, so the state's objecting. Wait, the state objects to the proposed testimony of Rachel L. Orr, Side E, arguing that the proposed testimony is outside of the mental condition evidence allowable under Idaho code, blah, blah, blah. The minute that the jury selection begins, jurors will begin to study and analyze Mr. Kohberger's physical presence. So, hold on. So this is the defense, though, comes now. Brian Kohberger, through his attorneys, responds to the state's motion in limine for the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. So this is them responding, right? So they're saying the minute that the jury selection begins, jurors will begin to study and analyze Mr. Kohberger's physical presence. They will watch his every move and pass judgment on him every minute of the jury trial, simply based on how he looks and reacts to the presentation of certain evidence and comments about him. Mr. Kohberger must be able to present testimony to the jury that he has certain physical disorders. It will assist the trier of fact to know his physical presentation, including nonverbal reactions in the courtroom, is explained by his physical condition. To exclude this evidence will result in unfair bias that could cause a wrongful conviction. Mr. Kohberger in no way suggests that expert testimony related to his autism spectrum disorder and obsessive compulsive disorder and developmental coordination disorder are for the purpose of showing that he does not know right from wrong. So they're saying that's not what they're trying to do. He has at all times and continues to assert his actual innocence in this case because he's going with the innocent route. That he's innocent, okay? The threshold test for the admission of expert testimony is whether the scientific or other specialized knowledge of the expert will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact and issue. The function of the expert is to provide testimony that is beyond the common sense experience and education of the average juror, where the normal experience and qualifications of lay jurors permit them to draw proper conclusions from given facts and circumstances. Then the expert conclusions or opinions are inadmissible. So if it's just like something that they would be able to, how they were common sense, experience, education of the average juror, then no, you would, if they could draw their own conclusions. But when it's not like that, they should be allowed to have an expert, right? Testimony. In this case, it is not the normal experience and qualifications of lay jurors to understand ASD, OCD, or developmental coordination disorder. Expert testimony is necessary. Autism spectrum disorder. The anticipated testimony of Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan is relevant to explain that Mr. Kohberger's ASD diagnosis is a physical condition and how it presents in his demeanor. Mr. Kohberger has met the criteria for this diagnosis since childhood, and that it is not a convenient diagnosis given his current legal situation and jeopardy. The anticipated testimony of Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan is relevant to explaining how the behaviors and mannerisms presented by Mr. Kohberger are consistent with an individual having ASD. In addition to the opinions of Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan, the declaration of Dr. Lewine explains the neuroimaging of Mr. Kohberger's brain supports the ASD diagnosis. ASD is a neurological disorder that is physical. While most people ordinarily think of ASD as a mental health condition, it is a neurological and developmental disorder that affects how people interact with others, communicate, and learn and behave. Symptoms of and actual behaviors commonly associated with OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, are common in people with ASD. As a physical condition, ASD may not be as noticeable as some physical conditions like a missing arm. If Mr. Kohberger had the physical disability of missing an arm, the jury would not require explanation about how such a physical condition may impact the case. ASD is visible in some ways that will be apparent to a jury, but requires explanation. Without explanation, the way that the public perceives the behaviors and mannerisms of someone with ASD is not always favorable and may be prejudicial. While Mr. Kohberger's presentation is highly consistent with ASD, without explanation, others may misinterpret and misidentify Mr. Kohberger's behaviors and cast them in a more sinister light. For example, he does not show emotion on his face. He has a flat effect. He sits very still and holds his hands in the same position. He has a piercing stare. He does not show expected reactions. Facial expressions do not reflect what he is feeling. He is stiff in body posture. He has prosody in speech, uses repetitive phrases and large words, and has developmental dexterity problems. Many of his behavioral characteristics are known to be commonly associated with the presence of ASD and are clearly relevant to the interpretation of his behavior in the courtroom by the jury, and may also be relevant evidence regarding the rebuttal of evidence as to the commission of the crime itself. The list below gives some examples of different types of behaviors that are common among people diagnosed with ASD. Not all people with ASD will have all behaviors, but most will have several of the behaviors listed below. Social communication and social interaction behaviors may include making little or inconsistent eye contact, appearing not to look at or listen to people who are talking, and frequently sharing interest, emotion, or enjoyment of objects or activities, including infrequently pointing at or showing things to others, not responding or being slow to respond to one's name or other verbal bids for attention, having difficulties with the back and forth conversation, often talking at length about a subject of interest without considering social cues or conversational give and take, displaying facial expressions, movements, and gestures that do not match what is being said, having an unusual tone of voice that may sound flat, lacking emotion or tonal variation, having trouble understanding another person's point of view or being unable to predict or understand other people's actions, difficulties adjusting behavior to different social situations, difficulty sharing an imaginative play or in making friends. Restrictive, repetitive behaviors may include repeating certain behaviors or having unusual behaviors, such as repeating words or phrases, a behavior called echolalia, having a lasting, intense interest in specific topics, such as numbers, details, or facts, showing overly focused interests, such as with moving objects or with parts of objects, becoming upset by slight changes in a routine and having difficulty with transitions. Autistic people often have sensory differences, such as being more sensitive or less sensitive than other people to sensory input, such as light, sound, clothing, or temperature. People with ASD also may experience sleep problems or irritability. Based on a recent analysis of discovery provided by the state to date, Mr. Kohberger's behaviors that are attributable to his ASD, and on this list of common behaviors of persons with ASD as provided by the NIMH, along with other behaviors attributable to his neurological condition, must be presented to the jury to confront and rebut certain evidence to be proffered by the state. obsessive compulsive disorder, so OCD. OCD can be an independent diagnosis, but it is also a set of symptomatic behaviors that are often comorbid in ASD, as with Mr. Kohberger's ASD. Mr. Kohberger has sleep difficulties and subsequently developed a habit of night driving or running to decompress, such behaviors being present most of his life. He also engages in frequent compulsive hand washing, wears gloves to avoid germs, has a fear of things getting into his eyes, changes his shower curtain frequently to avoid exposure to mold, and avoids anything he views as contaminating. Oh, I better start. I guess I cut into that. So I'll just read this. If the state elicits testimony at trial related to these types of facts, they are used to build circumstantially the elements of the crime or show Mr. Kohberger's actions as reflecting his state of mind or other elements of the crime. He will refute the evidence through expert testimony as behaviors related to his OCD and his ASD. By way of specific example, the state has continued to claim that Mr. Kohberger was wearing gloves on the night of his arrest and placing trash in baggies. The state asserts that this demonstrates that he had a consciousness of guilt and was trying to either to hide his DNA or engaged in the cleaning of his car. This is highly prejudicial and misleading. Mr. Kohberger frequently wears gloves to avoid germs on surfaces. He was not cleaning his car on the night of his arrest. He was awake at night, as is typical for him, and he was cleaning his bathroom. While testimony related to these topics may not be relevant until the state opens the door by eliciting testimony on these issues, once it does, Mr. Kohberger must be allowed to provide expert testimony refuting the state's witnesses. Now they're going to talk about the developmental coordination disorder that they say he has. Mr. Kohberger suffers from deficits in fine motor dexterity and visual motor function. Clearly, these are physical issues. He has experienced these physical impairments all of his life. The state has disclosed evidence that the law enforcement will testify that they did test runs at 1122 King Road, and that it is possible to commit 4 homicides in a time frame of only minutes, including walking to and from a car and removing clothing that would be covered in blood. Additionally, the state has disclosed a forensic pathologist who will testify regarding manner of death, injuries, and specific wounds on the deceased. Mr. Kohberger has disclosed a forensic pathologist who has some differing opinions, including injury and specific wounds on the deceased. It will be relevant for the jury to note that Mr. Kohberger has a developmental coordination disorder that impacts his fine motor dexterity and visual motor function, such as speed and coordination, are not possible for him. Such speed and coordination are not possible for him. Conclusion, Mr. Kohberger has the right to confront the witness and evidence presented by the state in due process under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments. So, I mean, you see where they're going there. If they're allowed to go into that, like, obviously it's to like raise some doubt. Like, how can somebody that has this developmental with, right here, this DCD, how can somebody that suffers from that, if taken on 4 people, I could see if it was done by shooting, because you don't need, you know what I'm saying, if you're just shooting somebody, but like to take on 4 people, stabbing him like he did, while we know 2 of them were up. One of them's a guy that's pretty tall and a big, bigger guy as far as height, probably a strong guy. Like, how can somebody that has this be able to do that? You know what I'm saying? So that, I mean, that could raise like, oh shoot, if he really has that, how the heck was he able to take on 4 people? Now I could see like Maddie and Kaylee, because they were probably sleeping and laying in bed. So he would have had a, like, like if he walks in and they're laying, I could see that. But to take on Ethan and Xana, who are awake and up, I'm sure. So, but I mean, who knows if he really has this last one. I do think he is autistic because it only makes sense from different things. I feel like that's probably accurate, but Oh, okay. What's his name though, Melissa? Is it Broski? Should we say hi, Broski? Um, yeah, honeycomb, we went over that. I went over that document. That's crazy, right? Okay, so conclusion. Mr. Kohberger has the, oh, I already read that. The court should deny the state's motion to eliminate to exclude neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. More specifically, the court should allow Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan to testify. The physical disorder of ASAD should be allowed at the outset of the trial. Issues related to his OCD symptoms that are an outgrowth of his neurological disorder, aka ASD, and developmental coordination disorder may depend on the evidence the state elicits as the trial proceeds. Okay. And then it goes over, this is kind of showing, is that? Yeah, that was one of the experts that, hold on. I think that's a defense expert, right? Yeah. Jeffrey, swear under penalties. My name is Jeffrey Devine. I'm over the age of 18. So he goes over like his credentials. So it said, and then I just highlighted him. It says, it is my understanding that Mr. Kohberger has received several diagnoses from appropriate and qualified doctors. For purposes of this declaration, for this motion, I am addressing only 3. The autism spectrum disorder without accompanying intellectual or language impairment, developmental coordination disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder with absent insight. It is also my understanding that the state of, let's see. Yeah, let's see. I just kind of highlighted the ones that talk about him. So, Mr. Kohberger has a current diagnosis of an autism spectrum disorder. On the one hand, his overall level of intellectual function and his general language skills have been adequate to follow him to complete a master's degree, but neuropsychological evaluation reveals deficits in several subdomains, including motor skills, processing speed, and executive function. Perhaps most importantly, he demonstrates substantive impairments in social cognition that date back to early childhood. Dr. Orr, as noted by Dr. Orr, he demonstrates anomalies in nonverbal communication, poor integration of verbalizations and eye contact, limited use of descriptive gestures, restricted range of affect, a typical tone, poor social emotional reciprocity, self-focused conversation, awkward interaction, limited perspective taking, limited sharing of affect emotions of others, and impaired relationships, superficial and logical descriptions of relationships, poor insight into his role in relationships, all consistent with autistic patterns. It says, whereas most patients with an autism spectrum disorder demonstrate intellectual and language impairments, it is well established that there's a significant minority of patients like Brian where the dominant dysfunction is selectively seen with respect to social cognition. In part, this likely reflects the neurobiological reality of relatively distinct brain networks for language versus social skills. Says, whereas there was a brief period of history where autism was thought to be a psychological response to environmental factors. Refrigerator parents. For more than half a century, it has been almost universally recognized to have a strong biological basis. Indeed, although ASD diagnostic criteria are most formally described within the DSM, the DSM clearly indicates the ASD to be a neurodevelopmental disorder. So it's neurodevelopmental and physical biological origin and not a mental condition caused by external psychological factors or events. Comes from several sources, including timeline of a development with typical onset prior to 3 years of age, with many parents recognizing signs as early as 6 months. Very strong heritability. Estimated concordance in identical twins is greater than 60%, with some chromosomal abnormalities leading to a very high incidence of comorbid autism. High comorbidity with other and clearly neurobiological conditions, including epilepsy. More than 30% of persons with an ASD experience seizures by adolescence, and upward 60% show epileptiform activity on EEG. Wow. Strong evidence of brain abnormalities through autopsy, imaging, electrophysiology, physiology, and neurochemical assessments. For Brian specifically, there's an objective evidence of disrupted brain structure in several nodes of the social network. Brian's brain reveals several brain areas to demonstrate volume within the lowest 10th percentile as compared to all sex and age, ranging from 5 years. So wait, am I understanding that he's in the lowest 10th percentile even compared to like age range, wait, plus or minus 5 years? Compared to all sex and age range. Matched neurotypical control subjects drawn from a normative base of over 10,000 subjects. Of a particular relevance is evidence of reduced volume for the left and right fusiform gyri, the left and right orbital frontal area, and the left temporal pole, and the right anterior cingulate area, all regions within the brain's social network. The fusiform, especially of the right, is especially important for the recognition and evaluation of the emotional characteristics of faces. The orbital frontal cortex plays a key role in the emotional regulation of behavior. The temporal pole plays a crucial role in social and emotional processing, especially with respect to the integration of complex perceptual inputs with visceral emotional responses. The anterior cingulate is critical for social decision-making and supporting empathy and pro-social behavior and processing information about others' motivations. Wow. DCD is a neurodevelopmental condition that can co-occur with, but which is distinct from the ASD, also known as dyspraxia. DCD is characterized by impairments in the development of motor coordination, including dexterity, limb speed, and gross and fine motor skills. Like the ASD, dyspraxia has high heritability on the order of 70%. A strong indication of a biological etiology. Wait, dyspraxia has a high hair. Wow. DCD is associated with structural and functional disruption of motor control and coordination networks with minimal modulation by psychological factors. See, if this comes in, that's going to look like, oh, how, like I was saying, how can he do that if he has this impairment? On mute. Okay, so I'm almost done, guys. It is noteworthy. Oh, and so before everybody leaves, so tomorrow, so I want to go through the like I said, the body cams, but I want to do a video where I go through some of my like things where people, you know what? I'll just do it. I don't need to tell you. Oh, I'm silly. I'm always telling you what's coming up, but I'll just put it out. I have one other thing that I want to do on this that I already know that I want to do on this case. Well, I don't know why I just took that off. Okay, so let me read this. It is noteworthy that Brian continues to show evidence of significant motor and coordination issues as revealed through formal testing with Dr. Orr. OCD with absent insight. Brian reportedly developed compulsive hand washing behaviors as a young child, a fear of getting things in his eyes, and avoidance of germs. There is substantial evidence that OCD is primarily a neurobiological disorder, although it is not necessarily a neurodevelopmental disorder. Evidence and support for its biology or for its biological basis include a large study of over 15,000 twin pairs indicates that the man, these words, sometimes I can say them and sometimes I can't. They're, especially when my mouth's tired from reading a lot. Heritability, I hate when I just put my freaking mouse on this area and that stupid screen comes up. I do that all the time. It drives me nuts. Heritability of OCD by 47%. OCD can actually be caused by certain viral infections, including streptococcal infection, which can lead to the autoimmune condition, pandas. Imaging studies also demonstrated clear neurobiology for OCD with disruption of the striatothalamo-cortical loop. Importantly, this loop includes the anterior cingulate and orbital frontal cortex. All right, I'm going to skip some of this stuff here. The severity and timing of OCD behaviors is admittedly partly influenced by psychological factors, including stress. Also, the specific nature of each person's obsessions and compulsions probably relate to learned factors rather than core neurobiology. Okay. Yep, I think that's all I wanted to go because I'm not going to go through all prior funding. What grant? Why are they going over all this? Hold on, let me just. Oh, this is that guy, their expert, one of their experts, I guess. Yeah, look at all this. Okay, we know he's look, he's qualified. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night, but come back tomorrow. I'm gonna continue. Do you guys find that, like, when I go over, like, the documents and just kind of read them, do you guys, like, are you able to follow along or no? I can't. Like, I'm not the type that can do it. I have to read it. That's why I always try to put up the things so people could read along. Because if, like, let's say I didn't have this and I'm just reading, or somebody's just reading to me, I can't absorb it the way I want to absorb it. Like, I need to read it myself. But everybody does it different. So there's some people that they prefer just hearing it. So, yeah, Angie girl, they're not. That's the whole thing with it. They're not bringing this up. Well, the DCD, obviously, they're throwing that in there because that could throw some doubt into how could he commit that. Well, they even said that. But with the autism, they're just basically saying, like, not that being autistic made him less or more prone to doing this, but it's like more because he's saying he's innocent, right? But so he's not saying like, oh, he did it, but he has this, this, and this, so cut him a break or whatever. He's saying he's innocent, but he's saying that could affect the way the jury perceives him to be in it. Like if they perceive his guilt, like, oh my God, look, he's not showing any emotions. He must be guilty. Look how weird. He's just staring. Oh, that's creepy. He must be, like, or look how he's reacting, or, different times, or he should maybe be reacting this way, he reacts that way. So they just want to say, like, they're saying, like, it puts them, they want to be able to tell the jury that this is what he has and educate the jury what autism could look like, so then when they see him, they know it's, oh, that's because he's autistic. So let's not judge him on that, on his guilt. Like, let's not, oh, he must be guilty because look how he's looking, or look how he's not showing remorse, or look how he's just acting weird or whatever. So they could just be like, okay, that's because he's autistic, and they don't make it because he's guilty. Does that make any sense? So that's all that they're doing with the autistic. Now, I noticed how they threw in a little bit extra with that, what is it called? DCD disorder. How can he commit that if he has this and commit it in that time frame? That's a little bit, I feel like that's a little bit different than why they're bringing up the autism, because autism is just to the jury don't view his actions as guilt, know where they're coming from. So that's why he's acting that way. Does that make sense? So, but yeah. Hmm. Okay, guys. I'll just chat with you guys for a minute and then call it a night. I've already been on almost 4.5 hours. Wow. But I'm glad because I got all the documents I wanted to read done. Now, tomorrow, we just do our thing, watch videos, and I shouldn't. I'll say you're going to laugh because I was just about to say I'm not going to do a long wind down because I kind of want to. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. It's getting late. I was going to say should go through some of the body cams, see if I could pick up anything before I go live. I could do it tomorrow too before. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I didn't finish this yet. It's like I want to, but I'm like scared because I don't like sometimes how it makes me all jittery. Like makes me feel weird. Look, there's something on the back. I can't tell who it is. It looks like, is it a band? No, it says a collab with the most influential streamer collective. What? Let me see. Any means possible? That's what this is called. Energy, any means possible. It's like, I guess it's a collab with a streamer. Renowned for their cutting edge content and trend setting presence in the digital landscape. AMB, which is any means possible, stands as a beacon of their originality and imagination, always pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the world of online entertainment. I have no idea who they are, but okay. I did not realize that. Well, I want cotton candy. Let me do a collab with the cotton candy one and make it more available. They're always freaking out. Yeah, it's a group. They're saying streamer, but look, it's like not on all the banks, Sarah. It's just this one. This is the orange. Any means possible. That's their name. Any means orange. Wait. So their group, their streaming group's called Any Means Possible AMP. So this energy, this specific flavor is Any Means Orange, and it's a collab with them. You get it? So they're not on all of them. I want to see if Cotton Candy has anybody on it. No, I don't think. I should look that up. I never really looked at the can in depth, but I doubt it. But like this is Any Means Possible, I guess. It's like 6 of 2, 4, 6 of them. Interesting. Now I have 3 different flavors because she got me 2 sour ropes. I'll see if there's any other collabs. What's sour ropes? Like that's what the flavor is of 2 of them she got. Sour ropes. Oh, real quick. I tried Fruit Riot. I tried the grape. Oh my God, I love the grapes. I think I like the grapes better. The grapes has the sour, but they also have so the mango just had the salt. They said it was like what they all have a little bit of lime juice, it says, or something. And then like the salt candy that's on this sour stuff, when you get like the sour gummy worms, that mixture of it's almost like sugar and sour stuff or whatever. I don't know. So the mango just had that, and they frozen. They're really hard, even though I love mangoes, but it's like almost you don't want to thaw them out because it's hard to bite into. The grapes, for some reason, when a grape's frozen, they're not hard to bite into. They're not as hard. They just they have this texture that's different. So not only that I like better, but also the stuff all around it is not just the sour crystal things, whatever they're called. It has like a coating, and they have 3 different flavors. They have mixed berry, lemon, and green apple. So they have like a flavor candy type thing around it or something, but they're still the same amount of calories. So it has like a sour. It's almost like a what is the word? Shell, like almost like a shell, like it's like made by like little like crunch. I don't know, like almost like the texture of like if you made it out of the little sugar sour stuff, but it's like they're different colors. So like the green apple is green, and then lemon is like a yellow, and then pink. The mixed berries are pink. They're so good. I think I like those better because they don't break your teeth off. Now I still like the mangoes though. They're just a little bit harder to bite into. Now I have to try pineapple. That's the only one that they have those. I've only seen the 3: pineapple, grape, and mango. And pineapple's the only one I haven't tried yet. Isn't Celsius Jake Paul's drink? I see those all the time, but I haven't drank it yet. What? They have bubblegum bang. Oh my god, I love bubblegum flavor. I have never seen that. I want bubblegum bang. Shoot. But half the time they're freaking out of the cotton candy. I bet you they're out of the bubblegum a lot because I could see that being popular. It's like, dang it. You tried and then you end up getting a different flavor because and then that other flavor kind of is gross. Because I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this. I mean, it's all right, but I wouldn't really want to get it again. No, Logan Paul's Prime. So Soul, Logan Paul does Prime. Jake Paul does Celsius. You're thinking of his brother. They're brothers. They're not involved in the same business. Logan does it with another YouTuber. Jake has his own. Jake has Celsius. I never tried either. I never tried Prime or Celsius because there is a big thing that they found like Prime. I think they were trying to be sued because Prime had something in it that I forget what it was, but it was a thing where there was something found in it, but I don't know. I feel like it ended up coming up that it wasn't or something. I don't know, but I've never tried it. No, it's okay, Soul. I mean, I feel embarrassed to even know that, but I guess I probably know too much about the Paul brothers. I probably watched them too much in my lifetime. So no, you're probably better that you don't know those details. I don't know. I do. Anyway, Jake Paul's the fighter. Well, I guess they're both fighters. Logan does like the wrestling, like WWF or whatever, whatever WCW, whatever brand. But he does like wrestling and he does boxing. He boxed what's his name? Floyd Mayweather. What's his name? Something like that. I can't think. But then Jake's the one that we watched. So they both kind of fight, but Jake's more into the boxing than Logan. Logan just randomly does it more so. Jake more does it as like a career, like that's his life, right now. Logan, I don't know. He does like like I said, the wrestling a lot. And who did we just watch him fight? Oh, Mike Tyson. That's Jake. So Mike Tyson is that we just watched Jake. He's the younger brother. He fought Mike Tyson, and he's the one that has Celsius, and then Logan has the Prime. I heard that, Kayla, but I don't know. They had that poster because I saw that they like, I don't know, it was like almost like a joke when Mike Tyson were like, oh, we'll just do like Logan, the 2 brothers. They had the poster even made up, but that didn't happen. I think it was just kind of a joke. But no, I mean, maybe they really will. It's actually Conor McGregor supposed to fight Logan, which is weird because Jake's been the one trying to get him to fight him, and then Conor like and then Logan, it's almost like Logan and Jake kind of have this rivalry. They're brothers, but they kind of get jealous of each other. But it's like then Logan maybe said something, but Jake's been trying to get Connor to fight him forever. And then Connor picks like, no, I'm fighting Logan, which I don't know. I feel like he should fight Jake because I feel like Jake's probably the better fighter because Jake is the one that's like doing it as like serious. Like I feel like Logan just kind of does it as a side thing, as fun. Jake like does it like that's what he does now, like that he's all about that. So I almost feel like he's taken like the easier one. I think he's scared of Jake. I don't know why. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I lost so much respect for Connor after those R charges. I used to love watching him. He was so entertaining. He was like my favorite one to watch. The UFC. No, I don't know. I don't know. I have a different opinion. I'm having trouble like wanting to watch him because I do think he did that, but I don't know. But I also know people do, sometimes take advantage of situations for money. But for that one, I just think it happened. I think he's guilty. So yeah. Oh, Tyson fought Jake. Oh, Tyson's gonna fight Logan now too? I don't know. I haven't kept up on it really. I haven't like looked into it in maybe a month or two, but the last thing I saw was some, videos of where Logan and Connor were like, yeah, that they were gonna do it, and then Jake's like, no, fight me. Jake really wanted to fight him, but the thing is he's like UFC, like, so if Jake boxes him, Connor's not like, yeah, Connor's like a little bit of everything because they do a bunch of stuff, martial arts, they do a little bit of boxing, but not, I mean, they fight with their bare hands basically. So it's like, I almost feel like Jake's specialty is boxing. So if Connor fights Jake in boxing, Jake's going to have the upper hand because Connor is more of a UFC fight. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like, yeah, Jake. I mean, maybe you would win on that, but go do that with him because that's what he does. That's his specialty. Fight him on the UFC. I can't talk. Fight him with what he does. Yeah, it's about that time I gotta end it. I can't even talk really good. But you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I don't know. Like now, like I said, I used to love Connor, but now that I see that he probably did that to that girl, it's like I probably would be rooting for whoever he fights, like one of the Logan brothers, because I don't know. I just think he probably did that, and he's probably the type that he's like, like uses his fame to like treat people like crap. I don't know. It makes me mad because he ruined it for him. Because he like ruined my perception of him. Now I can't look at him the same. Anyway, all right, guys. Oh yeah, Angie. All right, guys. Bye, everybody. Yeah. All right, bye.